Hello, welcome back to our episode 7 of our inventory management system, where we are building a Zoho clone and making it much better. So in today's episode, after coding straight for 6 hours, and we have something really amazing, and we have added in some good features. So the first one, we are following our notes, the one we made in here. We're following these notes, and the first thing that we added was, according to this one, was item supplier, because previously we added all these things until we stopped on the item model. Right now we first added the item supplier, and this item supplier is where we track the supplier specific costs, lead times, minimum order quantities, and all that. So we track it from there. So when you come to the items, we actually added in to view suppliers. Now this is very useful when you are having a supplier, when you're having an item in your shop. You cannot have one single supplier. So the view suppliers is to help us manage the supplier to know who is the default supplier, the preferred supplier, and all that. So you see, if you just go here on this product, we have two suppliers, and the one who is preferred is this Take Wholesale Inc. Is the preferred supplier. So you can go ahead and add another item supplier to these ones. Let's demonstrate that. So click on add item. So you can see when you are adding item, it is already showing you that you have two suppliers already for this item. So I'm just going to add prime components as another item. You can see one item selected, and this one will add these prime components as a new supplier for this Dell X15. So when you click on this, now we can update all the information. Let's say we want to make this one as a preferred. We can just like put SK maybe 0, maybe 5, I don't know. Unit cost for what is selling maybe is 3,000, minimum 10, lead time maybe it takes 20 days to deliver. Then last, maybe you can just, he last delivered in Feb 26, and then lastly we can add notes, and we say he always delivers in time. So you can just like add any note you want this. Okay, he always delivers in time, and you're just going to see all these nice stuff. So save changes, and you can see updated item supplier successfully. So this has been updated, and you can see these now marked as the preferred, and these other ones are not preferred. So this one helps you to manage your suppliers really nicely for different items in the shop. So this was good. You have, of course, the search. You have all these nice things. So after finishing this, we went on. Okay, after finishing that, we went on to start the purchasing flow. So we started with creating the purchase order airline. This is a very huge model actually that we worked on, this one you hear. So I just want to show you how we made it. So just go back here now. If you minimize this and go under purchases, you see we have purchase orders. Okay, so far right now we have two purchase orders. Okay, so just going to create a new one. So the purchase order comes to know why we need a purchase order. When the stock is low, so purchasing manager creates a PO, which is a purchase order, and he just orders these items to the supplier, and the supplier submits them. So here I'm just going to go ahead and create a new purchase order to purchase another maybe different set of items. So you can see that these are the POs. They are auto-generated from, we generate them using the previous generated ones. So let's say payment terms here, we're just going to say net maybe delivers maybe net 20 or net 30, I don't know, just say net 30 for now. Let's add some notes. I'm just going to say please deliver all the quantities as specified, okay, and deliver in time. So this is a note, and then just come here, select the supplier. So we added this custom component for the search. Let's try this, maybe the prime components, the one we chose. Deliver location, let's say, so these ones come from the location module. So you just say main warehouse, and down here let's add some items. We're just going to add MacBook Pro. Let's say the unit price is maybe 3,000. So this one calculates using this tax, and then you come to have this. We can add another item, and let's go ahead and make Samsung S23. For this, maybe we can just say 2 items, each at maybe 300, and this comes to this plus a tax, and you come to have this subtotal and a tax. And let's create this purchase order. So this creates the purchase order, and you can see it comes here. It is created nicely. We have it, and you can see we have the supplier details, prime components, and all this. And then we have the order details, when it is expected to be delivered, payment terms, and it was created by the system admin, and all those nice stuff. So if you look here, you can look at the items. We have the MacBook Pro, Samsung, 2 items, and there is nothing that has been received yet, and the notes are here. So the most nice thing after this, we went ahead, after even when we were tired, we added in sending this to this supplier. So because it doesn't make sense if this purchase order is not sent to the supplier. So now once send this in a single click, we send it to the supplier. So I'm just going to go ahead and click send, and email sent for the purchase order number 3. Let me go and check in my email, and you can see here in this Inventory Pro, new purchase order from default organization. So this one picks the name of the organization. For now, this one, as you can see, is the default organization. That's why it is bring purchase order from default organization. So now if you check inside, look at how this is really nice. So we have here the default organization, purchase order, we have the PO number, the status, and then we have the prime components where they are located. You can see the location, email, phone number, and we have the order items. We have a MacBook 3000, we have this, and then we have a total tax of 288, which brings it to 3088, and the expected delivery is on this. And then the notes that we added, you can see the notes here, is please deliver all quantities as specified and deliver in time, then the payment terms, and you can confirm. So the person can confirm, and it will be sent to this email that is for the supplier. So if you click on confirm, you see this one opens a new email with the subject of confirmation of the purchase order, and even a pretext like I confirm receipt of purchase order, this, and you can go ahead and of course and send this. So this is what we did in today's episode, and I'm so much excited with the progress of the app, and I'm so much really down to it. If you're interested to join us, let's get started. Hello, welcome back to our inventory management system. Today is episode 7. We are coming so close to finishing this. So after this episode, we'll be remaining about 2 episodes. So today is going to be episode 7. So after this, we will be remaining about 3 episodes, and maybe the one with the deployment version, but so far so good. I like the look and the feel and how we have moved. So in today's episode, we have to make a step. I feel like we should at least finish in this video. So in this video, we should finish like at least all these, you know, the purchases and all these kind of stuffs. Really, I feel like we should finish all these things, you know. Yep. So I can see we're supposed to go start with if you follow our how we did this side, we set up the organization and then we did user and location in the previous video. We have already seen catalog, brand, unit, tax rate, the suppliers. So I think in our previous video we looked at suppliers, if you can remember. So we looked at this. Basically, we looked at the suppliers where we have all the suppliers and sorry. So did we look at the edit for the suppliers? Yeah. So we looked at the edit for suppliers, which was really nice. So the suppliers were done. Okay, so we now want to start on, if you just look at this, want to do item supplier model, which maps items to their suppliers with specific terms like specific costs, lead times, minimum order quantities. Now to you this might not look very serious, but as I researched and I even think about it, I think it is a very serious model that is really required, the supplier items, because you think about it like this. Like if you're just like running a normal supermarket or a normal business where you are supplying a lot of items, you cannot survive on one supplier, even if it is food. You look at the workplace where you're working, you can't have only one food supplier. At least you find that you have limited people, or like 3 at least 4 suppliers. If this person does not work today, there is another person who can bring food in. So the same thing with items. If you are having let's say you have apples, you are selling in the supermarket, you cannot allow one person to be, or to have one supplier who is supplying you the apples. So the day he closes, you are going to suffer. So you need to have multiple suppliers for one single specific product. That's why we created in between the item supplier model, which was to do that. So like it tracks between this. Now I wanted to create it in an easy way. I think it is very easy to start from the items, you know, and then you go to the suppliers. So I would want, for instance, a list of items. Okay, actually I wanted to add it onto this side, inside the items. I feel like here I would like minimize the space. Like for instance, when you just come to the items, okay, you don't look at only the value, total value and everything, but it would be nice if I looked at here and I have a button of suppliers, like instead of even like this date created, you can find that we can put here like the suppliers. So like this is iPhone 14 Pro, and then it is very easy to go to the iPhone 14 Pro and you click on the button of suppliers, and then on the other page we can add suppliers, and then we can edit and modify all that supplier information. So that's what I'm just going to do. I want onto this, okay, to add a button taking to suppliers. So I will first go to the item, like item listing here. This is where I would put this, I believe. Now the question is where to add it, because we have the table here. Okay, because that means we need to modify the data table. Okay, we need to modify data table here. So the way we have this, we have this on edit. You can see on these table actions, and we have this we have on edit. That's why we have these edit buttons. I would want to switch. So this one is going to be a column. It's not going to be in the action. It's going to be in the column, because we have ability to add new columns within here. So you can just come here and you add this column. So I don't think we need so much the date when the item was added. I don't think that is a serious thing. Or we can even just like add it, you know, when you just click on the detail of the item, you can see it has last updated, and this is actually the time when it was created. You can see this is April 1st, and that matches the same date with this one. I don't think that this would be very important when the product was created. So we could what we could do is here, and I could just come and I simply comment this. So I'm just going to copy like one of these ones where we have this cell thing here. Even the first one, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and I will just go here. I'm just going to comment this, and then I will just add this. I'm just going to call it supplier or suppliers, and then this access key is going to be maybe ID. And then down here, I'm just going to actually add a button. So just going to get a button from components UI button. And then I'm just going to remove these. What else do I need to remove? So this one, I want to make it a link. So I can just like remove everything here. And I'm just going to add a link. A next link saying suppliers. And I'm just going to say href. Okay, so where does this take? This, I want it to take to, let me first add like this. So this here are going to access the row, and basically, for this, I'm just going to put a variant only for this button. Just put a variant to be outline, just like this. Let's look at how this looks like. Yeah, so you can just look at the suppliers of this particular item. Maybe we just view suppliers. If you want to make it dramatic, or view suppliers, like you see the suppliers for this particular item. So where does this link to? I feel like this should link, since we already have the item ID. So inside the item ID, we already have edit. I can actually just like inside this, I create another folder for suppliers. Okay, suppliers, and then inside the suppliers, let me create page.tsx rfc, and one thing we can just do is to, of course, put the params here, and then params, we have id string, and then this, of course, you know that this is going to be a promise, and then like this, and then down here we can just see const id is equal to await. So this becomes an async function, await, and then just going to say params dot id. Okay, so this is how this is going to go, like so. And then on this page you're just going to say item suppliers for maybe item dash id, so something like this. Of course, just going to design this page in a second, but now I can just go back to the item listing here, and then I can just like point to this. So you can just say we already had this, if you remember, on click, this one. So basically we want to point to this. Want to point to this, so I'm just going to paste this item product. So this one is going to be row row.id, and then here is suppliers. Okay, nice. So now if I go ahead and click the supplier for iPhone, you know, iPhone 14, and you can just click on view item suppliers, and this should just route me to that page. Okay, so you can see we are on this page, item supplier for this ID. I would want to add a similar header like the one we have on the edit. If you think about it, like this header here. So instead of the preview, I'm just going to add a button which says item, add item supplier, like add suppliers here. So I like this header the way it is right now. So I could just go to this edit, there is edit loading. I think we're just going to have also the like that supplier loading. I like that, and so that we can just like wrap it in the suspense. You can see the whole page is wrapped in the suspense, which is nice. I'm just going to get this, and then I also get the one for the page. Copy this. That's the two things I need. I can delete this, and then inside the suppliers I will paste these two things, the page, which is already getting this, and I think we're just going to create another function which gives us the ID minus getting all the data. Like I'm just going to create a small function that's going to help us with that. I don't want to have a gigantic thing. Okay, so for this case, the only thing I'm just going to do is going to be, I don't want to remove this. I want to remove this. This is why we are going to implement the actual thing. So I'm just going to add like a div. Okay, here. So just going to say here, suppliers will show here. So suppliers will be here for this item. All other things let's remove them. This is where we are going to have, where we have this button of preview. This is where we are going to have add suppliers. Okay, nice. So here I have an SKU, which I'm just going to leave, and the name, and then we have this. Now if you look at this function here, let's first remove all these other things like so. Nice. Now if you look at this get item by ID, I'm just going to go to this function, get item by ID. Here it is calling the is using the API. Okay, is using the API, as you can see, items ID. Okay, and the if I'm to look at this, let me just go briefly into the API. I look at it, v1 items ID within here. Okay, so if you just look at this, so basically is getting the item where ID is product ID. Think that is okay. I was feeling like the item. I was feeling like the item is getting a lot of stuff. Like in this case, we actually don't need a lot of details from that, because you can imagine it is going to fetch all this data. Like it will fetch the dimensions, the what, all this will be fetched, but we don't want them. So what I'm just going to do here, okay, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go back this one. Okay, I'm just going to create another function. Okay, it's going to get item get brief. I'm just going to create get brief item by ID. Okay, let me remove this. So to protect against this, you can what I would want to do is, of course, you can just say const user is await and by the way, you could just even leave this here, not even doing anything, but just checking for the API key, even if we don't use it. So I'm just going to say await. So I'm just going to go to db await db dot. So I'm just going to say db dot item dot find unique, and I'm just going to say where ID. And the only thing why we did this is that we want to do select. Okay, select, and we're just going to select the ID, which is true, and maybe SKU, because also we want to use it there. And then if you just say go here and you just look at, it has updated at. I think those are the only 3 ones. If you just go back to this item, we need the item.name, item.sku, and item.updated at. Only those ones are the only ones that we need for now. So I'll just get this as an item, and it has only the 3 things that we need, and I'm just going to return back here. So I can just return back data. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and return the item. Okay, just going to return the item, and for this side, maybe I return an object which is data to item, error nar. Okay, and then for this side, maybe also success. Success true, and these are the same things. I'm just going to put down here. Return these. So here just say now error something went wrong, and success to false. Okay, so I'm just going to get this get brief item by ID, and I'm just going to use it on the supplier page here. So you can just do data item success error the way they did here, and then I'm just going to get the brief item, and I can actually first remove all these things that we are not using. Okay, like so. And then if there is no item, bring not found. But if the item is there, we're just going to look into this edit loading. Then back to items, that is okay. Inventory items, and then also these items. Now this time is going to be suppliers. Is not on the edit page, but on the suppliers. Okay, so here we are going to have name does not exist. What's going on here? So we did not return the name. Please let's add the name here also to true, where ID name SKU. So if you just go back to the to the item here, we have only 3 things. Make sure you're just in the right place. On the page, we only have 3 things that we need on this. So if I just go back now, first go back to the items, and I'm just going to click on suppliers. Come on, just click on suppliers. Okay, so you can see we are on the item suppliers. We have item suppliers iPhone 14. We have the SKU and this button of add suppliers. Okay, so what do I want if I click this button of add suppliers? What I want is, if I click on this button suppliers, it should pop up, okay, it should pop up the model, or if you wanted, of course, you could create another page. I don't think I need to create any other page. What I just need is, it should pop up a pop-up model. And what do I want in this model? In this model, it should give me a list with a search, okay, a search of suppliers, and then I can check 1, check 2, check 3. Like, I can check the suppliers for this iPhone. I can just go through the suppliers, check them, and then click add, and it adds all these suppliers here, down here, where we have all these suppliers. And then we'll have them, I think, look like this. Like, here we'll be having a list of suppliers with some few details, the way you say, like a name and all that. But when you click in one, like I click in this, then it brings me the supplier details here on top, plus the form to customize what goes into that supplier, like the notes and all that kind of stuff, like the minimum quantity and all those nice details. So how am I going to do that? Okay, so I want to start with addition of suppliers. And if you just like look at adding the just add item suppliers. So if you look at the schema, you look in the item supplier model, you will see that the only thing we need to create an item supplier is the item ID. Only, all other things are not required. Okay, I can see here there is also a unit cost which is required. I'm just going to definitely make this one also not required. This one, maybe I should just also change it to a decimal to a float. I know the difference between decimal and a float. What's the difference between decimal and float? I'm just going to change this to float. And I'm just also going to make it not required. So I don't want anything to be required here. The reason is, I'm just going to select all the suppliers and then create at once. So it just should create all these. And you can see you need the item ID and the supplier ID, which automatically, after selecting, it will give us those ones. Yeah, so that is good. Just going to run here something, since I have updated the schema. I'm just going to run npx prisma db push and this. Okay, nice. So I would want to tell because for this we need to create in such a way that we need to create in such a way that the user interface is somehow friendly. Okay, so it should be like scrollable. So I'm just going to go to v0. Okay, just create a new one. what is this? Okay, so I just going to have the models. In fact, I just want only one for the item supplier. Okay, I'm just going to say I have my Prisma model item supplier in this case here, and I'm just going to make this one the way we made it to be a float not required. So there is nothing required in here except the item ID and the supplier ID. So I'm just going to say I just want to first work on one thing. So I'm just going to say I am on item detail page with a button add item suppliers, and I want if I click this button to open a pop-up model with a list of suppliers, and and a user can search. I'm just going to list of suppliers with checkboxes. I'm just going to say with checkboxes along them, and the user can search a supplier or can scroll and select the supplier as many as they want, and after a selection he can click on add, and this will trigger a server action to create item suppliers using the item ID and item suppliers using the item ID and what? And supplier ID. I think that should be enough. I just want you just to give me that pop-up only with the ability to add, because after adding, it's when you're just going to have suppliers displayed here, and we going to have the same form like the update form we had, but this is going to be for the item suppliers. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and close WhatsApp. Okay, so first of all, we need to have the suppliers within here, so we can just get you're about to alter the column unit cost on the item supplier table, which contains 16 none null values, the data in the column will be cast from decimal to double precision. Okay, the data will not be deleted, but it's going to be casted from decimal to, okay, I'm just going to open like cloud here. I'm just going to ask, what's the difference between float and decimal in Prisma? Okay, so float represents a floating point number, has a limited precision, typically 64-bit double precision, may have rounding errors with decimal calculations, good for scientific calculation where absolute precision isn't critical, store more efficient than decimal. So decimal represents exact decimal numbers, provides arbitrary precision for decimals, they take more storage space, runs configuration with precision, and scalable. So when to use decimal for financial. Oh my god, so this is really true that we need it to make it decimal. So I'm just going to go back, put decimal, guys. Okay, so when you're doing financial calculations, stick to that. Do you want to ignore the warnings? So this is where I say no. So this push cancelled, and now we again run again, since I've done the changing back. Run. Okay, so meanwhile I was saying that we'll need some suppliers in here, and the suppliers also just going to fetch them to be as brief as possible. If I just go back here to the unit, not purchases, where you have the supplier here, this. So where I have the page, so at this page here, because we're going to need suppliers, we need the suppliers to be available onto this page, and we just need to have only supplier name and ID to be ready. If you just look at this, and so the page, so this is the page. Okay, no, this one. Item ID, I'm looking for where we have that. Okay, so it's getting here, fetching all these. So you just click on add supplier, item name. They only have the item name, and then here it has this add item supplier model, which has this. Okay, it takes in the item ID plus the suppliers and existing supplier or existing supplier IDs. Oh, okay, I think that makes sense, so that we know the ones which are already there. So that is good. Then the rest of your item detail page is going to be here, where it's showing these other things here. Okay, so I don't for this part I'm just going to not mind it because I want to make it different. But basically, I just want this. Where do I get the... Okay, so I'm just going to get this add item supplier model. So let's just get this one, and we can just like add it under suppliers here. I'm just going to add item supplier model .tsx, and just going to see add item supplier. So add item supplier model. This is nice. So the, let me see, so we have this. Okay, so this is just like a serve action. Just going to look at that in a second. So on the page here, since this is a standalone, if I just look at this here, add item use, so that it has this dialog, add suppliers, select suppliers associated with this item, and just want to look at the trigger. So this is the trigger, add item suppliers. Okay, so I simply go ahead and call this like so, and where we have this our button here, this is exactly what we're just going to add the add like so. So we need to pass in the item ID, and then I can just like get the item ID like that, which is, by the way, the ID. We still have two things we need to pass in. We need to pass in the suppliers and existing supplier IDs. If you look at the supplier here, he defined the only things we need actually here. We need the ID and name. So I don't know if it made that serve action. Actions, item supplier. Let's just look at what it has. And okay, I would just first get the one with the suppliers. So I think it did it on the page. So you just go to page here and fetch all suppliers for the model. So if you just go here, we have all these here. So we're not going to fetch them from here. Okay, but we can just say go here in suppliers. So we already have like where we have this supplier gate organization suppliers. And by the way, the where we got the items here, oh, this was get brief item by ID. I was going to say we didn't consider the this. So we're just going to go here and we say, for example, get supplier by ID. So we already have get this. So I'm just going to say maybe we do this, and I'm just going to say get brief suppliers, and in this we just get the user, get the organization ID, and just get the suppliers, find many, where, and then select ID and name. This is perfect. ID and name only, and then return the suppliers. That would be super great. So where we have I have to go, guys, just charge time. Okay, so I'm just going to go to down here where we have this a const item, sorry, suppliers, is equal to await, and then we put get suppliers like this, and these are the suppliers we need to supply into this component like this. And finally, we'll be waiting to see the to get the existing supplier IDs, and you can see we need just those ones here. So let me just like I'm just going to pause a little bit, and then I'll be back just to continue. I'm not ending the episode, it's just taking just like a few minutes, and then I'll be back. Okay, hello, welcome. So let's resume. So just working on our item supplier model. So if you look at it here, it still it needs the item ID of which we have supplied, and then suppliers which we have supplied. So the remaining one, which is the existing supplier IDs. So if we just go inside here, you look at the existing supplier ID is a string ID, so we need to get those. So back here where we have these suppliers, so you just need to go ahead and fetch the existing supplier IDs, which they function here, get the IDs of suppliers already linked to this item. So basically you see you get item dot supplier item suppliers dot map. So this is after getting the suppliers. Okay, so we already have the suppliers, that's the good thing, which has already the IDs. So to get the existing supplier IDs, we just simply filter. Okay, then here is dot supplier IDs. Is that existing supplier IDs? So it's assuming like on the item is including include item suppliers, so that we get them from the item. I think that would be wise. If we return, we don't need to fetch any other fetch, and you can see item suppliers, and then inside we include the supplier. I think that would be wise to include it on the item. Okay, just going to go to the item, and I will just simply include this. Okay, so while we have this item, okay, while we have this item, since we're not using this, I'm just going to simply just say item, and I will just go back to this get brief item. So down here, I'm just going to simply return the item, and then down here I'm just going to return null, just like this. And now let's include. So before we select, I think we can include let's first look at the schema inside the item. So if you check inside the item, we see down here to have so we have this as supplier relations. For us, we're having it as supplier relations. So we need to include it as supplier relations like this. let me first cut the select. Okay, so we get the item, and then so the things we had in the include, if I can paste it outside here, these ones I'm just going to cut them and then just simply add them under the include like this. So we have the include this, and now plus the supplier relations. So include, I don't know where. I'm not sure if you can pass in like the select even with the include, because we don't want you cannot pass in the select. Let's see if it can clean this up for us for a second. Can you clean this up? Just like have like this. The premium, you're using both select and include, which isn't allowed in the same query. And here is the cleaned up version. So you find ID, include supplier, and now include specific field you need from the item. However, if you only want specific field from the item itself plus the relations, you should use a different approach. Here is how to properly structure it. So instead, we can use select, and then we include the supplier relations, and then in supplier relation we include this. So I think this is a better a more better approach. This way you're using select, choose the specific fields from the basic model, and also including the relations. Okay, so I think that is the best approach. Nice. So we'll have the supplier relations now, which will give us some problems when it comes to, let's go back to page, and we have the item with the supplier relations. So we supply the ID. So let's get the, so fetch all suppliers. So that one we have it. Now to get this to get this the existing ones, let's go back here and we see. So existing supplier IDs, item dot, so item dot, in here we just say supplier relations. Okay, so saying this has increased. Okay, it has gone. So we have this which has somewhere the supplier. So this, remember, supplier relations, they have item dot supplier relations. I believe this they should have like the supply ID or something like that. And now this is dot supply ID. So here what we get is string array, and let's go ahead and I'm just going to pass it in this. So we already have existing supplier IDs as existing supplier IDs. Okay, so this side we are sorted. Now let's go inside this function. We have one problem, which is actually adding the item suppliers. So I'm just look at this function, item suppliers, just going to copy it, and I don't know whether we should take it to suppliers or items, like one of them can work, or you can even just like have another one we create for item suppliers, like item suppliers the tsx, and then we have use server, and then down here we're just going to have this function. So you can remove this. Okay, and then add suppliers. It takes in the item ID and the supplier IDs. So create an array of item supplier objects to create. So here supplier IDs dot map, and we are creating an object which has supplier ID and is preferred to false, default value for other fields. So here you can set if you have other fields to that. Okay, so here we set the item ID, supply ID, and is preferred to false, which I believe also, I think we don't even need that, because in the Prisma schema, if you just go to the item supplier and you go to is preferred, by default is false. So we don't need actually to pass in this because it is already false. And now use create many to insert multiple records at once. So we can use db. So you can just say db and then dot item supplier. So you can use the create many where data is this, and here there is skip duplicates. Skip duplicates in case some suppliers are already linked. Oh, that is good for that. So here we have revalidate. Okay, so we can do the revalidate dashboard slash slash inventory slash items ID. Okay, so I think that is that. So we can now just go and use this item add item supplier in this add item supplier. So this one we can just go and get it here. Sorry, just import this. So now one thing I would want is to know is let's say I would want to say that, what do I want to say? So at this point, I would want to see how this looks like. I'm just going to refresh the page. If everything is still working, okay, so now we have add item suppliers. If I click on this, yeah, okay, nice. So I'm seeing here we have already added to Global Electronics and Tech Wholesale Inc. And this is because we did the seed file. And this is nice because now you can see zeros are selected, and we already have 2 who are already there. So we can just like add another one. Let me just add Tech Imports Limited, just like that. And now you see 1 selected. If you select 2 selected. So for this item, I'm just going to just say click add selected. And the good thing, you can also search. So before here, then just say prime. Yeah, so the search is working, which is really nice. And this you can say now add and adding. Okay, so I don't know if that one went through, but according to here, you can see it looks like it went through. But what I would want is a toast. Let's look at there is no toast because after this, say it open this. So I would just say like toast. Toast. So I'm just going to import this from sooner.success, and then we can just like add new suppliers added, new item, maybe item suppliers added or updated, whatever. And then you can also just, if there is any error, you can toast the error, toast error, and you can just say failed to add item suppliers. Okay, so that's good. Now that means if I refresh this, or even before refreshing, because you can see that the Tech Import Limited has been like now is already added and is nice here. Now what I want is these suppliers to show up here. When I click on them, I have a form to update those things. So I want it to be sort of like this. Okay, I want it to be sort of like this, where you have the suppliers, and then when you click in the supplier, then opens up here. So I don't know how I can just do this, but I can select something like this. Let me just go back. Okay, this will help me to demonstrate what I want. So I'm just going to copy. Okay, so to the rest of the page, you see here the added item suppliers, whereby you can have them like by name, SKU, and so on and so forth. So what I just want to do is on the item suppliers page, what I want is on the, so I'm just going to go down here and I'm just going to ask a follow-up question. Prompt is too long, max is 1000. So I'm just going to say I'm just going to say on the item suppliers page, I want to have a list of scrollable. I want to maybe just say I want to create a 2-column layout. Okay, in the first column, okay, in the first column, I want to have a list of scrollable suppliers, scrollable item suppliers. Okay, and when I click on a supplier, okay, and I click on a supplier, the form to update the supplier, to update the item supplier opens with form fields like let's say form fields like what? The form to update the item server opens with the form fields like all these other ones we have. If I just open the schema to go to the item supplier, we have all these things. For instance, is preferred, lead time, and all these. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, like all these ones, and then I'm just going to say what am I going to say? Of course, the selected item supplier should have selected styles, and then tell us, do I need to like the active state styles maybe? So then I say on the form one can update the item supplier. I'm just going to say we lost the other image, so I'm just going to again use this one. Maybe it should also have a search or something. I'm just going to say take an example of list of emails, and when you click the mail, it opens the details on the right column. Okay, right column, but instead for this case, when you click in the item supplier, okay, a form a form with a form where a person can update opens. Okay, opens. I'm just going to say make it also responsive. Okay, just say what it can do for that matter. I think at point supposed even to fetch get an item supplier by maybe the let's see here. We have the add item supplier model. That is the one we added. There is item supplier list, item supplier layout. Do we need a layout? We might actually need a layout depending on how you do that. Okay, depending on how you do that, you might just need like a layout. So you can see in this you have the items ID, and then we have the page. So on the page, item supplier section, this was the first one that we did. Now I would want to see the here it says we'll create a 2-column layout for the item suppliers page with scrollable list on the left and an update form on the right. This will be very responsive, similar to email client interface. So it created the suppliers page. So this is the one actually just like we are on. So when you just go here, we have item supplier layout. Okay, so here we have this. So now we have item supplier layout. So let's first go ahead and create the item supplier layout here, and we see. So I will just go back, item edit, item supplier here. So we have item supplier layout .tsx. So just have this, and if you just look at this, is taking in the item ID and item suppliers, which makes sense. Okay, so moving on, the item supplier is dependent on the item supplier list and item supplier form. So you can just also get item supplier form. This is the form to update. So item supplier form, okay, which takes in also the same things. It takes in the ID, item ID, and item supplier. Okay, the one who is going to be updated, and then we have item supplier list. So here, item supplier list, item supplier list.tsx. So this one, it is the one that is having the list of suppliers. So this would take in the suppliers, selected supplier ID, and the on select. Okay, so let's just see how these ones working together. So it starts all with on the page. So on the page here, we're just going to put down this. So below on the page here, where we say here, I'm just going to add this, the item supplier layout, like this. And now for case, this is item dot supplier relations dot length greater than 0, and then item suppliers is going to be item dot supplier relations. So here we actually get all these and we supply them here. Now it is showing us that they are not correlating very well. Okay, here we have include this, and by name we aren't going to do that. So what we need is to look at the item in the item supplier layout. What are these? This one. So basically you'd get something like this, or we could just say item supplier from the Prisma schema or something. Let me first I don't know if you should just like use this one. Let me first go back. So if you just go back to the error that we have here, if you look at it, is that down here types of property unit cost are incompatible. Type decimal or nar is not typed to type number or nar. Now type decimal is not able to type number, so I'm not sure how in unit cost, I am not sure if we have decimal in JavaScript or TypeScript, because unit cost is decimal, that's right. But then what does it become when it comes to this side? Because already here they are saying we don't have decimal, do we? We don't. Okay, to look at the right one here, I would look at this item supply here. So I would want to look at the unit cost. I don't know, some reason like I don't see. I would want to see the unit cost, but I cannot see it because item suppliers, this unit cost, we are checking it on what? If you just look at this, unit cost is on the item supply itself. Let's go back. I feel like we there is something that is not right. Let me just go back to this, to where we have the item. Yeah, we actually have the supply relations, then inside we have this. Okay, I understand. So I would really want to see, so there are a lot of fields that are inside this, the and part. We cannot see them because they are many. So this part of this, where we have the easiest way to solve that problem would be going to here in the item, and you can first comment like this, and then you get the item supplier from Prisma. Now I would want still see like is preferred unit cost. Oh, so like I think like we have decimal in TypeScript. I didn't know that, guys. That is something very new. So if you just like copy this and then you just go here like so, and you could just replace with this. So so they say they cannot find decimal, but for some reason like how do you resolve this? Because decimal is not known. Okay, it's just like something I've taken note. When you're using that decimal, just remember that the types for it are not yet clear. Okay, so we have clear here. Now if you just go to the item here, everything looks good on this. Let's go to other places like the item supplier layout. I don't know why these ones are not working well. Let's import them again. Item supplier list and the item supplier form. We are on item supplier layout. Okay, so what problems do we still have? Okay, so if you just go to the item supplier list, so the types we have some issues with the types in the list, most especially the ones with item supplier. So just go inside here, the same thing here. So instead of just using this, because the ones which are entering the layout item suppliers, you can see they will tell you they are missing a lot of stuff, because this item list is inside the layout, and the ones we are supplying here are the ones which are coming from the page. So we simply need to go and simply say that also the item supplier here, and just like get it from Prisma client. So this increases more problems now, because the item supplier here is equal to selected supplier. So where is this coming from? Selected supplier is item suppliers dot find supplier dot id is selected id. So this here I don't think there is any problem. I don't know why he's complaining. He's saying that still I think it is property supplier is missing, or is missing in the type in this. They clearly we don't need the supplier. So what I'm just going to do is what do I do? We could because in the one we have from the Prisma, I don't know if just like going to need us to have the need of the supplier itself. Like, we need, because if you look at the one that he created here, there is no, okay, there is a supplier. Clear, there is a supplier. Okay. How would I sort of that? So I'm just going to go back to the page we pass. So the one we pass here actually has the supplier. When it goes to the layout, it actually disappears from here actually. So let me just go here and use that, and I'm just going to remove this one from Prisma client. Okay, so this one is going to have one problem, which is this decimal thing, right? It will have this one problem of this type property, and because decimal now is not signable type number. That's where actually I'm just going to go back to the schema, and I'm just going to use a float here, because now I'm not sure what is going to happen if I try to like stop everything here and try to you know what's, or if we can have clear, I'm just going to have npx Prisma db push and pnpm dev. Oh, pnpm dev. So I'm just going to convert all the fields. I know we have already some data there. I'm just going to say, because I say here you're about to this, it has 16 columns. The data on the column will be cast from decimal to double. So I'm just going to say yes. I don't know what is going to happen, but let's just like move. Okay, so that is good. So that solves us the problem of the decimal thing. Okay, so going back to the page, the item supplier, now we're just going to use this one, which has the supplier, and in the supplier we only need the ID and name. So here it seems like we are clean, still initializing the TS config, but basically we pass these ones to, when we get them to the list. So in the list here, we're also going to use the item supplier, not the one here. Okay. So we only have errors in the form. So let's go and see, which is actually update the item supplier. So let's go ahead and create this action, which is going to, we have the one for add, which we are done with. So the next one is this update. So in the update, I can just like remove this. Let's go back to the item. Did I just like make this TSX? Guys, supposed to be TS. Okay, so down here let's add this. Okay, so update item supplier. It takes in the item supply ID and the data to update, which is preferred, this lead time, minority, unit cost, last purchase date, and the notes. And then of course this is going to be DB. Okay, so we first get the item ID for revalidation, item supplier dot find, and so it's getting the item supplier. So if there's no time, there is no this, your item supplier not found. So here we can let me just say return success. You could just say return success of false, just like this. Maybe an object. Okay, then update the item supplier. Now we have db dot update where ID, and then we pass in the data. Now revalidate the item supplier ID and the supplier. So we can just say put mat cursor and just going to say slash dashboard slash inventory. Then inside the inventory is where we have the item ID. So this actually just like suppliers here. Success, fail to update. Okay, so now we can just go to the update and then we can call this here, and then we can have the formatted data, which is taking in that. Okay, so at first I saw this going to be very easy, but the way it has turned out, not that easy at all. Okay, so we have update server actions. Maybe we restart the server or refresh. Let's look at the terminal, what's going on. Okay, compiled. Nice. Okay, so now you can see that we have this even with preferred, which is nice. The selected one, you can see they show you the take wholesale Inc. with the SKU for that particular. I don't know why, for some reason, take import Inc. doesn't have the SKU, but we'll add that. But the first thing is you can just say, for instance, globals, you can search, that is good, the suppliers, and then on the side you have nice form. You can check mark the supplier as preferred for this item, like you can just like put your preferred. And then the good thing is minimum order quantity, you just know the minimum order quantity is here, the lead time, like how many days to take, then last purchase date, and then additional notes. So what I just want is to add some notes here. I'm just going to say maybe I love this one is called who take wholesale Inc. I love take wholesale for their transparent prices. Okay, and delivery on time, and they just go ahead and just save changes. Okay, so you might have just like saved or not, but we could actually we could actually add a toast. So down here you can see after the update we need a toast. So I'm just going to say that toast dot, so the toast, first of all, import it from sooner, and then dot success. I'm just going to say here item supplier updated successfully. Okay, and then if there is any error, we can toast dot error failed update. Toast dot error here failed update. Fail to update. Okay, so that is good. Looks so. Now I want to just simply refresh to see if this is, if it persisted, then we just know it actually updated. Okay, it did not persist, meaning that it did not definitely the update has a problem. Oh, it is here. You can see down here the preferred, but I can imagine that this didn't check very well. So let me check here. The notes were not. So I need to first of all console the data before we need to look at this data. So we have here the supplier, which is like data.supplier SKU, and then notes. I'm just going to first look before do this. I'm just going to console.log the formatted data. Okay. Let's go here. I'm just going to mark this preferred, and then I'm just going to add some notes. Let's also pick a date since we are here. Okay, now I'm just going to open the console. So I'm just going to let me no mind. Okay, console here. Let's just click add. So if you see is preferred is true, last update is okay, lead time mean order, notes, supplier SKU, and the unit cost. Okay, so this looks like it is matching this. So let's look into the update. So this update, what's going on? Because you just take the item supplier.id, of which actually I'm also going to console here, by the way. Item supplier.id. So if you just go to the update item supplier, it gets the data which we have decorated here, the types, and we find this. Okay, first of all, did we have any console? Okay, here it was showing everything compiled successfully. So if there is no items supplier, we don't continue, and we can also just like console the log here. No item found. Okay, so then here we update db.itemSupplier.update, where ID is this, and then the data. Okay, so we pass in the data like so. Everything looks like I'm just going to say here const updated equal to that, and I will just also try to console the log the updated thing. Then we have the deliver date paths. No, this is supposed to be, I'm not sure. This is for the item ID. The date path might not be working very well actually, so I just say updated. Oh, but still item supplier has the item ID, so like that's true because we first get him here. So it's like the item ID. Okay, let's just like go ahead and now we have some stuff here. I'm just going to console stuff here. So we have here all the information including the ID, and if you just go back to the terminal, let's see what's going on. Okay, so here this clearly actually updated. Nice. So that means we should expect it to be here. Okay, so the here is not updating, but the take wholesale is having this information. Okay, so I think we're having the problem of it must be either revalidate path, because this item has notes, as we saw very well. We have this console even still here. This item with this ID has notes, and this you can see time quantity 810 supplier of 001. This is the very stuff, and even has a date. The last purchase date is also there. So, but they are not showing in the form. You might just need to change a little bit more so on. I'm wondering why are they not updating. Oh, wait. The form itself has a problem. So if we just see you select the take wholesale Inc., you see that this does not change. We have SIP 14001. Click on take 001. Click on this. Okay, so basically this information is not updating on clicking this. So let's go check a little bit what is not happening. More so in this layout. So in the layout is where we have this item and in the list we are taking given the selected supplier ID, and on select handle supplier select. So if you just look in this, first of all, I'm just going to start by consoling the supplier IDs. So I'm just going to say console.log suppliers, item suppliers, line 48. Okay. So line 48 is what I want, has 3 arrays. So you can see we have the this one, which has 810 notes now lead time. If you go the second one, it has everything as null. If you go to the third one, it has the same thing. So this one has the same thing as it also. Oh, it has this add some notes. We have another one which has null. We have another one which has notes null. So if I close here, and so this one has no notes, as well as this, like the form is basically not updating. So we have here this, so this data is correct somehow, but then handle supplier select takes in an ID, then set selected supplier ID to ID, and set is mobile phone visible true. Okay, so if you just go to this set selected supplier, it just simply just like manages the of the selected, and then afterwards it gets the selected supplier. So now let's look at the selected supplier. Does this actually change when we change the data? So let's just go back. Just want to about here, and let's go to the console, clear everything. I'm just going to click on the global electronics. So line 48, okay, has the ID, quantity, everything, not null. Let's click on take wholesale. So take wholesale, it actually is saying it has some notes, add some notes, which is there, and you can see it's preferred true. For these other ones, if I just go back, like that's the second one, I believe, it has everything null, is preferred false. Okay. So the data in this component is working. So the set selected, it sets this one, and that's good. So the only thing we just want to say, because the selected supplier is again now passed in. Oh, so we pass in the item supplier. This is the item list. I would want to see the form. So in the form, it takes in the item supplier, which is this one, and the item ID. So I would want to see in the item supplier actually. So in this, I'm just going to console.log the selected. In this case, it's called item supplier. So now I would want to see if this is actually changing because the item supplier, I believe, is once is setting the default values are here. Okay, so now let's just clear everything and let's start with take wholesale inc. So now this is line 77. Okay, so let's look at the data that we have here. Is preferred to item ID, last purchase, and add notes. It is there. Clear this. Let's click on take import, and this is now everywhere. Okay, so that is correct. Okay, so now what is, because this forms a basis of this data, the default values. So you just come to handle submit. Of course, it's just like when you just like going to update, but the actual data here is preferred. You can see it is taking in feed.value, which comes from the of course the default values. So that is surprising to see that actually that is not changing, because the default values, I'm seeing they are getting the actual data here, but surprising enough, these, because these are the same things, you get the data and then pass it into the form using this form control and all these other ones, because for instance checked is feed.value, and then on checked change is feed.onChange. So how comes the selected information for some reason is not reflecting? Because if you go to this, the preferred one, it changes on top here, but then like first of all, like why is preferred supplier not selected even when the information, all of it, is in the default values? And for some reason it just like cached these old ones, because even if you check this, like it only changes here and doesn't actually update this. Is that because of the layout? Let me see if it has anything it can suggest here. Maybe, I don't know. So when I click on the item supplier, the selected item supplier changes, but the form default values are not updating. how do I fix it? Like everything looks okay. Like in the form, the default values, everything looks okay, but for some reason the data is entering here on these default values. Okay, so it is saying that you're right. When you select a different item supplier, the form doesn't update with the new supplier values. This happens because React Hook Forms default values are only set once when the component mounts. So how to fix this? It has this item supplier form now updated. Let's update this, and I see that's the only thing. Item supplier form, this is the only thing that we updated. Let's go ahead and get this function. Make this, and of course don't forget put the toast the success. You see here, updated item supplier successfully. Okay, and then here we can just say test.error failed to update. Okay, let's see if there is now a difference. Say here. Okay. Okay, so we have this one has check this. Oh, so now it actually updates. Yeah, so now it is changing. Nice. So what I just want to confirm is to go to this. For instance, we fill in the, like this one has 001 SP IP IP4. Then okay, since of course it is not unique, but let's update this to let's say the time for minimum is going to be 10. Unit cost is going to be 500. Peak date, last purchase date was maybe in Feb 18, and yes, going to say he always delivers on time. Update. Okay, updated successfully. So I would want to verify that by refreshing. And you just click on this last one. Already you can see Global Electronics has this, and all these have updated. You can go to this one, and everything is there. Then take import. Let's give him a 3 here. Unit cost to be maybe 100. Then here just going to say minimum 10, 3, and then let's just say maybe Jan 1st. And then here they have maybe good customer service call this number, maybe just add 0762063160. Like you can just like add any note on this, and this has updated. After this, you can see it goes down with the actual details. So successfully we have added the item supply. This I thought it would be easy, but right now since we have done it, it feels so right. Like it is so good. You can now manage. You are managing like the suppliers the way you want. You can add item suppliers. Of course, this one is you need to have already added the master suppliers, and then here you come and select these suppliers. Okay. So this is good. The only problem is, what if we select another person like this one to be the preferred? Let's save changes. Does it deselect all others and make this one to be so we have now the preferred being 2, which doesn't make sense, right? Okay, so just like fix that before we move on. So we have to first select in this update thing here. Okay, anyways, we did not make sure that, but we just want to make sure that if the only preferred person is only one, avoid scenarios where you have is preferred losing sense, because it only makes sense if it is only for one. So here where we get the item supplier, and then here, so we're supposed to first update and make all others. So we can just like first make an if statement, I believe, here. So I will just show you. There is another chart. I will first duplicate this and just go to my charts. And if just like it is this one, I just want to I think this is the one that we are on. I just go back to the charts, supplier tracking, maybe this one. Let me first go to okay, so where we have like item supplier, I mean we need to first like update so existing, so we actually do something like this for checking after getting the item. We could just first do if data dot, because here data dot is preferred is a boolean. Okay, actually for it is to check if it is true. So if it is changing, like something is coming when it is true, so we need to update. So db, so if it is marked true, and I mark any other preferred suppliers for this item, so you just have db.item.apply. So where item id is, in this case we have it, I think, on the item supplier. here. So I would say item supplier dot item ID and is preferred true. So you see we get all the items suppliers which have this is preferred true, and then we set it to false. So this first actually removes everything, and now by the time we reach on the update, now there is no way we can have two items which are that. Let's go and confirm. I'm just going to refresh, and now let's go ahead and make this let's going to make this third one the is preferred. Let's update. So that should select all other two and make only this preferred. Yeah, so you can see take import is now the preferred. All these other ones have been deselected. That's the one we need to make sure that this preferred makes sense. Otherwise it will lose it will lose meaning. Okay, otherwise it will lose meaning. Now going to the list again, I don't know, since we are using like in the item supplier list, this is where we have them here, button on select and having all this. So here this bg muted is coming from that. I wonder if we just like made it like 100, like how does it look like? Okay, let me increase this to maybe 300. Like, is it working or not? Yeah, I think it is. Let's make it 100. Doesn't look nice. Let's just stick to bg muted. Okay, so that is done. Let's move on to the next one. So item supply is done. This is where we start with now POs, the purchase order, and all those stuff. So when stock is low, okay, then purchasing manager creates a purchase order, selects a supplier, delivery location, expected dates, and the status starts as a draft. Then purchase order line model, individual items added to the PO, specifies quantities, negotiable prices, system calculators, and taxes. Purchase manager submits the PO, such changes to submitted or approved. Okay, so we need to work now on the purchase orders. So if you just go back to Zoho here, and we just look in the demo account, I just want to look in the demo account, see how they handle the purchase orders. So of course, we also have the suppliers when you're just like making a purchase order. So for this, the supplier items, we don't need it now under this purchases. Let me update that. So in the, I don't know, where do we update this? In the app sidebar, do I even know where the sidebar is? Sidebar.ts. Okay, so these supplier items, we don't need this now. Okay, maybe the only thing we could protect would be this route of the suppliers. You can do that by adding, so we could add a layout in here. In the items, there is item edit and also item supplier. So you can add still a layout file to this. Let me just copy one layout file that we have around here. So just going to copy this, and you can add it in here, also even in the edit. So in this here, you can just say check, and here we can just say supplier items. And you know, if we just go back to the side config, before we removed this, what was it saying? Supplier items, it was having suppliers.read. Okay, so we can just have that. And then for the items, so if you just go under inventory here, inventory items, there's also items.read. So there is items.edit. So you can go in these different ones, and you're like items, for instance, dot this is for suppliers, so this would be suppliers dot read. Then for this other one, so I think here we just say for edit, since yeah, this deals with editing it. Still, if you wanted, you could put the read like this, and then you go on page. We still have hooks for controlling that if you want, and cannot come and do this, but I'm just going to say suppliers edit in this case. And then the same thing here, I'm just going to say items dot edit. So if you don't have those rules, you cannot do that. Okay, so that is good. Do we need this page? No, so the new is not needed. Let's delete this. Okay, where was I going? Oh, so now after adding them, we are locked out. So this person doesn't have those, admin doesn't have those permissions. Okay, let's just go back here. Yeah, item. Let's first go back to the items. And then you view suppliers. Okay, so in the view suppliers, we are having this permission locking out. this one of suppliers dot edit. Let's look at the actual we might just like be naming it or calling it out not in the right way. So we have the items to read, and in the purchases I can see we have this here. I want just to check the permission themselves in the permissions.ts. I would want to look at the permissions we gave the admin, more so when it comes to suppliers. So we have the purchases. Also, it is supplier.update. So please give the right permission, otherwise we can lock ourselves out. So this one is suppliers.update. So you can see the power of this, guys. It is not a joke. This works. So I just want to go back here to items, go back to visiting this, okay. So now you can see it works because we have the permissions. Okay, that's good. I think at this point, just move to making purchase orders to bring in new items. Okay. I don't know, on this item, remember that's why you're supposed to have the inventory working. So like when you purchase new item, I think inside here you're supposed to have the inventory. So we'll have the inventory somewhere. That's why we have a schema. If you go to schema, that's where we have somewhere inventory. Sorry, in here we must be having somewhere inventory. So you can see that the purpose of stocking is due to this. You can stock item, and this is going to be monitoring quantity for all this. You can see it has the current quantity of the existing item, location, okay. So how do we make a purchase order? So we want to create a list of purchase orders, okay. And how we can create a purchase order and purchase order detail page. So basically we need three things: the purchase order list, then purchase order form to make a purchase order, and then finally we need the purchase order detailed page. If you just go under purchases, purchase orders, so you can see this list of purchase orders which has a date, purchase. Let's first look at, by the way, this in the purchase order. So this is a purchase order. It has the PO, the date, and then has a supplier. So we have we're going to list the vendor name, okay, and then the status, total amount, and you can see there is even attachments. So you can just say click. Oh, so when you click in this is how it opens. I like this. And so just like having some other stuff, you want your purchase orders to look like this. So you can convert it to bill, and then you can also receive it. Or this is why you make like receivable. So if you just click on receive, it takes you to new purchase receive, which is actually the goods received. And now you are like vendor, of course it cannot be editable, the purchase order, then the PR receive date. Now you can select or scan the items to be included from the purchase order. So you can just say quantity to receive. Okay, so save as received. Okay, good. So that's why we link, I think, to the receivables. Okay, so I think I like this this list like this. Okay, which has the vendor name, then this. Now it will require us to, if you look at the purchase order, we have purchase order, we have the supplier ID. So I feel like we should have also the supplier name, because if we don't add the supplier name, it means we are going to do another fetch, which I feel like it is really not necessary. Like that would be a very much pain than simply saying supplier name. And I'm just going to give this as not required. Okay. We have all these other things approved by line. So we have the lines, and you can see we have also the goods received, which we just like be converting the other line to this one. Okay. What am I thinking? Okay, let me first run this. I think we should stop this where it was updating. I'm not sure. Item supplier. I'm just going to stop that. So I'm just going to stop this. Run it again. Okay. So let's be planning how you're just going to create this. So you're just going to have purchase orders. Now we have also receivables, of course. So we just have them like that. You can send made this purchase order. You can print this PDF or print, receive, or convert to bill, even clone. Okay, this looks good. So if you just click on this one, it actually opens and shows you the, you can even show the PDF view from here. This is great, really. Oh, there is this purchase order, like that is the details of the purchase order. Down here we have the items. I think this is good. Okay, this is good. it would save us to build another page for that, the purchase order list, purchase order details. Now the only thing would be the create new purchase order. So I'm just going to do this, screen this, show this. Okay. I'm just going to copy that. Copy. So either way, we can just like add it on this, or we can start a new chart. I don't know which one is much better, but let's just start a new continue the chart. I now want to work on the purchase or order, and I want to create purchase order list. Okay, then detail page with or ordered items, and finally the create page. Finally create page for the purchase order. So I'm just going to add this image. Let's see for the create, how does this look like? Okay, so they create page. That one just going to, I think it should be able to do that. So one thing I'm just going to do is what do I want to do? I want to give it some models anyways. So for that, if you just go back the schema, we have the purchase order itself. So here the purchase order, then we have purchase order status, and then purchase order line. And if you look in this, it takes in the item, it has this received lines, and then has the purchase order. So that one has no problem because we already have the item model up. So I'm just going to copy this and let's add them here. Where are we adding them? Here. I'm just going to say, and here are the models. Okay, just see how it is going to arrange this preliminarily to see how we start that. Okay, so it has added purchase order, new purchase order. On the page should maybe just going to give it okay, we need to give it just going to stop here. Okay, just going to say on the purchase order list, should also be a 2-column layout with the left column where we have the list of purchase orders, and on the right column we have the PO details. Okay, just you can say on the PO detail, make sure to add buttons like to send, email, print, stroke download, and also the receive button, which will receive the button just like that. Where the list of PO, we have the scrollable, so just here scrollable list of purchase orders and so on. So I think there it will just like understand it, just like have to change the page from just this to the new one. As you can see, it is changing the list page. If you haven't subscribed, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button, and if you haven't liked the video, please like the video. It really helps us really move on. And in a few days we are going to be having some good news, guys. We have a lot of good news. We are launching the app platform. You heard me right. So any day I'm going to launch it officially, but since you are here in the video, I can just like maybe show you something small. But we are launching this, okay? This anytime is going to be launched officially, and you guys, this is just like to make the community really beautiful. Like guys who are in universities, who do final year research projects, like guys, if you are having any project you have in mind, we're just going to make an app platform where you can get the source code. So it's going to be the same as the Code Canyon, but a beta version with, you know, modern stack and everything, really catered for this. So yeah, so we're going to launch this anytime soon. I'm just going to launch it officially, but as you can see, everything is working. Like this is really good. If you just go and look at the preview, you can just have the early access to this, and like you test these apps. Like this is so good. Like if you look at the apps we are producing, they are really nice, and you'll be able to get all these things. You know, this like there is infinite scroll. Look at that. Even for the images and all that, like this is the better time to live, guys. Like this platform, I'm very proud of it. We put in a lot of effort to produce it, and we have also the courses. The free courses. There are so many free courses that we have on the platform. You can just go ahead and look at them free. You can see everything is free. You'll be checking out, and of course we have also the paid ones. For instance, if you just come here, you see, for instance, online paid. We have these two courses, the NextJS and the School Pro. have the offline ones. You have this one, which is the offline, and the one-on-one also, which you can contact me to get started. And even down here, I talked more about the one-on-one personalized one, which is really nice. So yeah, I would like people to hear talking to me about this, but really we are working on bringing nice things for you guys. And the same platform has the blogs, a lot of blogs. We are doing also a lot of Laravel. So since we are doing the templates for different languages, you're going to see how down we have these frameworks. So we'll be doing Laravel. We are already having some projects in Laravel, and in the future just going to be moving, as you see here, we'll be really moving to all these nice things. Yeah, so far that's it. We have the guides. We also have the roadmap. If you starting like HTML, you don't know where to start from, those people normally ask me. I put the videos in good reference. If you go Tailwind, this brings you the Tailwind video that you should watch, like to take you up to speed. Okay, that's just like something, but the full launch is going to be coming soon. Let me close all these. Let's go back here and see what this has to offer for us. I even don't know which place now. I'm very sure it must be this one. Let's just say close one. So you have the purchase orders, which has the new, and then we have also the page. Just going to start with the page, which has also a button, add link to create a new purchase order. So there is purchase order layout. So let's start with this. So we got the dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard. So inside the purchases, we already have suppliers. So now we're just going to have the purchase orders. Okay, so we're just going to have purchases, and let me just create a purchase order. So just going to say purchase orders, just like this, slash page dot tsx, and in the page is where I'm going to paste in this. So this one's going to be showing the all these here. So we can just like add the components. Okay, and then you're just going to add all the purchase order components. Okay, let's start with the first one being the layout. We have so many here, but let's start with the purchase order layout. Purchase order layout. So here, purchase order layout.tsx, and this one, what does it need? So this one's going to be having purchase order list and purchase order detail. So we can first add in those two components, the list and the detail. So we have the purchase order. I'm just going to extend this. Purchase order list, purchase order list. You just like purchase orders list or purchase order. Okay, just going to come here and just say purchase order list. Purchase order list.tsx. Okay, and just going also to increase this. I would want to look at these components really well. Okay, so this one takes in the this takes in the purchase orders and the selected purchase order ID. Okay, so the same thing like before. Now we have also purchase order detail. Okay, and now purchase order details. So just come here, and we have purchase order detail .tsx, and let's add the details. So this one you can see takes in a complete purchase order, which should have the lines. So just look at it. It has purchase order, should have supplier name. Okay, still we are still purchasing, still adding the supplier. So even if you didn't add this one, so created by. Okay, what I'm looking for, I might not be having it, because doesn't look like it has the purchase order items. We're just going to look at that on the detail. Okay, then we have, so those are the two ones. Before I move very far, we're just going to specify these ones in here. So let me just go here, get the purchase order list, and also the purchase order detail. Okay, now let's go to the purchase order detail. What does it need? It needs a separator, which we don't need yet, and then the purchase order line table. Okay, so let's first go ahead and just get this, install the separator. How comes we don't have the separator? I'm just going to go to shard, separator, and let's install the separator here. Open a new tab. Let's open the separator. Okay, let's go ahead and create also this purchase. I'm just going to create this purchase order line table. So this is the one she's having the purchase order items. Just going to create this purchase order, so .tsx. So this one is the one to have all the items. Just go back here, this line table. So here, line table, let's add it. So this one should just get the purchase order line, which has all these things. Okay, so next, if you go back here, we have two errors, is because we need the layout first of all, and we need to create this function for getting the purchase orders. We cannot fetch from here. It is possible, by the way, you can get from here, but you're not going to do that. So let's just cut this, and I'm just going to go here and let's just say purchase orders. So like purchase orders.ts, and then we're just going to say use server, and down here we can get this function, and I'm just going to export it. So let me just create a function. This is going to be inside. So export async function is going to be like get purchase orders. And by the way, I'm wondering, okay, I was going to say that we are no longer using the organization. try catch. So inside here is where I'm going to put this, and then here I'm just going to say console.log the error. Now let's first go back to the item suppliers to make sure we're applying that. All these other ones, add item supplier. I'm not sure in adding item supplier there was a need of the organization ID. Just go and search for item supplier. Here there is no need of organization because it is linked to the item and the supplier, and then those two are the ones which are linked to. I think for that one we don't have any problem really. I'll just like being so much concerned about it, you know. So like add item, update item, and other like the things we have. Let's go back to the purchase orders. So for the purchase orders we have DB. So I would also want to see what do we need in the purchase order. So in the purchase order here there is nothing to do. Oh, we have the organization, actually organization ID. So meaning here we're just going to say const user is equal to await get and we have the get auth user or something. Like get auth user, like this getting authenticated user. Still like I don't know if we just have like the key for giving us. Then from here we have like const organization ID is going to be equal to user dot org ID, and then just like say so purchase order dot. Okay, so this was only finding many, but still include supplier. Okay, so we need to pass in the where, otherwise we are going to get the purchase order for the whole entire place. So we just need to pass in org ID, just like that. Okay, so you can pass in this, and then we get the purchase orders. So just going to return these purchase orders, and then in here I'm just going to return an nar, or you can return an empty array just like this. Going back to the page, I can first get the purchase orders. So here const await, okay, const purchase orders. So purchase orders is equal to await get purchase orders. Okay, so that we can remove Prisma. Okay, and now this purchase order layout. Okay, purchase order layout, just going to get it from here, and we are passing in the purchase orders. Okay, so now we go ahead and we go to where we have the purchase order ID inside. page here. What do we have? Okay, this let's see, this is why you fetch the detailed page and the purchase order PO number format. Then you have send mail. Then down here is why you have the cards showing different things. Okay, let me just copy this. Let's go to purchase order ID. So inside the purchase order, we can just create a folder for the ID, and then inside the ID we can create page.tsx, and inside here okay, so we have a lot of functions here, but there is also the purchase order line items, which we already have. Purchase order line items, and we don't have this one yet, I believe. Then we have purchase order status badge, so also that. So let's first create all these components we have here. The item selector and the components here. Item selector.tsx, line items, line items. So this is the one of the purchase order line items. Order detail, we have the order form, purchase order form, right? Purchase order form.tsx, and purchase order form here, and of course we'll move through these files. And then we have the layout, line table, list, and then the status badge. We have the new one, which is like purchase status badge, like show the status. Okay, going back to this, we can first actually import those. Even this one, we're just going to get this format date and format currency. We don't need Prisma, but let's start with purchase order status. We're going to have also purchase order line items. So let's start by taking away this to get a purchase order, and we're including the line items. Okay, so let's go to this, and let's go to purchase orders, and I'm just going to duplicate this same function, get purchase order. So this is just getting one single order, and I will just paste this function inside here. Okay, so this is db. So here we are getting the purchase order, and this one must take in the ID. So ID string get purchase order. There is no need of the organization in this case. So we get the purchase order is where, and then we include all these, and let's return the purchase order. and then here we're just going to say return make sure that this is const purchase order, then we return this purchase order here, and then get purchase order, go back to where we have the ID on the page, and let's say const purchase order is equal to await, then we get purchase order. We just need to get purchase order, and then we pass in the ID. Now I'm just going to say this ID is gotten from await params, and that means these params up here, they have to be wrapped in a promise like this. This is how it's supposed to be. And then we pass in the ID. If we don't get the purchase order, now we pass it down like that. Okay, I'm seeing here we don't have, I guess, the supplier, and I think just is due to the types. So if you just look at the types here, they actually have the supplier. The purchase order we have here has a supplier. I don't know why, for some reason. When you do supplier, the accept is there, but if you do dot, okay, so I think this one is because that they might not exist. Okay, if you just hover here, this property city does not exist, so contact name does not exist on the type. So the supplier contact name, purchase order supplier dot name. Oh, is this just like trying to get the contact person? It was like purchase order dot contact name. Like we have contact person. I don't know if that's the trying to mean. Then the city supplier dot supplier dot. Do we have anything to do with the city? So we have the address. The only thing we have is the address, and here I'm just going to say we just say address. Okay, simply just say address. So we only have now this format. Okay, let's see where we can just like get these, the format date and the format currency functions in the lib down here. So format date and the, so I think we already have this format function. I'm not sure for the format date, but for the format currency function, let me first minimize this. So where are we using them? Format date, format currency. Yes, let's go here and see. Okay, we don't have format currency. Okay, we can just go and put them in the lib. Okay, where is the lib? So it has all these. Just going to add those to format currency. So format currency.ts, which is going to, okay, so export this. So we have format currency and format. Okay, I'm just going to maybe just say format data. I'm just going to put them together. Okay, so going back here in the format currency, and now in the format date, just like that. Okay, so this makes us remove this. So here we have no any like errors still going on. So let me just get the new page. Okay, so we have the purchase order new for creating. So this is going to be a page because of many things. So you just say here new slash page.tsx, and we just add this. So the first thing we do is I'm just going to first of all remove this purchase order form which we have already. So purchase order form, okay. So I'm just going to first go ahead and get the items. So you can see we have the suppliers and the locations and the items. So we already have all these ones, I believe. So you can just say await get, like, I think organization items. Okay, so I'm just going to first wait like this. Under purchase order, let me just go and get these ones. Okay, so under purchase order here, I can first go and see. So first of all, we have, for instance, the suppliers, right? So I would first go to suppliers and you see, do we have actually like they get organization suppliers? So we have this which are already having some select. So I'm just going to go into here under purchase orders and just say DB, and here, oh, I'm just I'm just going to have to make these as independent functions. Okay, if you just look at them, they're just like getting all the data. Okay, I don't know which specific data they need. We can optimize them later, I guess. So I can first like briefly get a function, get, you know, get items or something. Get items, no ID needed. And then for this case, we would need this here. So get items, and then the first thing would be getting these two, and then I would just get we could just like remove this, and we are adding like the items. So db dot item, and then just here say that just going to pass in where organization ID, and then you return items, and then for this one is going to be an empty array. Okay, then we have also the suppliers. So similarly, just going to get suppliers, and we're just going to copy the supplier function, so this is going to be like suppliers, and then we're just going to pass the where. Okay, and then here we're just going to say organization ID. So these are suppliers, and then finally get locations. I don't know, like which locations are we talking about here? Oh, okay, the company locations. I think like the company organization location where to deliver this, where they should be delivered. I think that is okay. So let me just copy this. Okay, cut this, and let's go here. DB and return locations. Okay, so we have all these functions. Let's say here where organization. So if you just forget to pass in the organization ID, you'll be getting for the whole entire thing, which you will not need. So going back into the, I don't know which place, the new. So we need the suppliers, locations, and items. So just going to say here const items is await get items from the purchase orders, and then here a const suppliers is equal to await get suppliers from the purchase order. Okay, and const locations is equal to await get locations. Okay, so there is the count. So here is generating the purchase order count, and then so we're just also going to go ahead and get this. So just going to get this, which is like get purchase order number. So just cut this, and then in the purchase order, I'm just going to duplicate this. Get purchase order number, and then so I'm just going to add this. Okay, now this also we need before I remove everything. Still, this has to have the organization. So here we're just going to say db dot. So here just going to have the where org id. That is something that is allowed. Then you can generate this and then return the PO number. So this is a string, so we can just here return empty if there is any problem. I don't know what is going on here. Okay, so we have this purchase order. Let's go back in here and just go and say PO. So const PO number is await get purchase order number, like that. And this returns back a string, and then we can just, like, I guess, pass it in the form. Okay, let's see if we still have some errors. So according to this, we should be now like error free in this form. Okay, let's go to these three places. We have the purchase order form and all these other ones. Let's have to use the line items. Why is it showing the error? It has the format currency, which we should be able to get actually here. Okay, nice. Then we have the purchase order form. So the form is having some issues. It's because we have the create purchase, and let's see down, and the input is still having problems. Let's start with the easy one of adding this function, create purchase order. So if you just go to purchase order here, the create purchase order is here. So create we're just going to do this. Just copy the function only. So go back the purchase order, and maybe I'm just going to add it extreme down, create the purchase order. Okay, so the data is there and takes in line items array. This is good. Await, and here is one to get session supplier, so say DB. Okay, I don't know if this is necessary. The only thing actually that is necessary is these two. Get the organization ID, because we just like get the organization ID. We just like remove this, and then the purchase order here, where they added this created by. Oh, we have the created by, which is going to still be user dot ID, ID, and then organization. Replace it with the organization ID logic. Okay, so this is where we have now the organization ID actually, which is nice. Let's go down. We have revalidate path on the dashboard. So here we have like dashboard, purchases, and then purchase orders. Okay, so this function looks like there is no any errors. Setting it to draft. Okay, let's go back. In the purchase order form, now we can bring this. You can just go to here, create purchase order, like so. Okay. Okay, so it refuses all the data we are passing in, which could be another problem, but we still have also these problems here. Property value are incompatible. Type string null undefined is not sendable. Type string number read only or string like this. So if you look at where we have those problems, so this was passing in an object. Okay, it's an object of data. Now this data, if you look at it, is the form values, okay, which has a lot of things. The line, so there's a lot of computation. By the time we reach here, we have the data, subtotal, total amount, and this. So if I hover here, I just want to look at the problem. Type or property expected delivery date are incompatible. Type date stroke null or undefined is not type to type date or null. Type undefined is not assignable to type this. So here we have a problem of type date. So I guess the only way to solve this, just go to the form values. It has a few things actually here. So the data I think comes from let's first go to the create purchase order. So where we have the date here, expected delivery date null or even undefined. Okay, and they've just come back this side. Now let's hover again. Type date or null is not assignable to that. I don't know, the expected delivery date comes from I'm very sure it doesn't come from the delivery location. Is the last one, I believe. Expected delivery date so this one we gave it it takes in a, I think it's a calendar form, button, calendar icon, and calendar here, or undefined. So I think the problem comes on here where we are giving it undefined. Okay, I don't know how we can just like give it a default value like new date like this. Okay. So now if I just come back here, what do they have? Now it is optional in the type this. What else do they have? Like I am not seeing why they is not a type parameter of type. I guess I can now remove the and define this side. Okay. Is optional in the type this, but required in the types. Let's go to, I don't know, like we could just like do this. I don't know why it is giving us, like it is killing us, guys. Okay, for now I'm just going to not stay much on this. Can I just like first give this the problem if I give it any, we'll have the error within this, I believe. But let me just give it any to take away the errors this side. Okay, what I'm just going to do, instead of doing this, I'm just going to manually do it. That is the last choice I have now. So I will simply copy like this, the way it is. For lines, I think this one is okay. Let's first go and take off all this one, paste this object there. So I will paste this object. So PO is going to be from where? So data, I guess, dot PO. The date is going to be data dot date. So this gives us to have ability to customize and give also default values. Then supply ID is going to be is it also in data? Data dot supply ID. Okay. Then the delivery location is going to be data dot delivery location. We have now the expected delivery date. So here we're just going to have data dot delivery date. Then we have the payment terms, data dot payment terms. Then we have notes, which is going to be like data dot notes. Then subtotal, which is going to be data dot subtotal. Okay, so I guess those ones, the subtotal and others. Anyway, is this like subtotal? Okay, can I first copy this? And then I'm just going to like go back to when we had this. Let me first comment out this. Sorry, I'm just going to comment out so that I just maintain what was inside. So for the subtotal, it is subtotal. So subtotal is subtotal. Then we have tax total. So all these ones, they are already calculated. Okay. So const. Oh. Do we have we have a problem? We have a problem. Simply need this. Okay. Okay, so I don't know if this is still formatting, TypeScript still processing, but this is good. Now we get the 3 errors straight to those places. So like string, like this one, I can give it like this. If they're saying like type string or this is not of type string or nar, type and defines and type nar, so we just give it a default value, same as dot. Okay, so here we can also give it a default value like so. Now even this one it has the same problem. Is type date or nar. So basically I don't know the type of this, how this looks like, but basically I can just like give it, sorry, I can give it a default of new date like this. I'm not sure if this is just the correct implementation or not. Now at least we have 2 problems only. The first one is on the payment terms. So it says disable string code not property value are incompatible. So if you just go and look for the payment terms up here, payment terms, we have string, optional, and nullable. So if you just look at the type in the generated, I guess in the generated types, form values, if you look at the payment terms is string or undefined. So I don't know why it is now complaining still. It's like type placeholder string on change event blah blah. This isn't signable type or meet detail blah blah rave. Type property here are incompatible. So type string null or undefined isn't able to type string number return a string or undefined. More so because of the null. So type null is not assignable to that. So where do we sorry, I mean, we have to go to the form here. Payment terms, I like the default one is okay, but I believe here where we have these ones, okay. So we don't need just say variable, and just like we simply say optional like this. That should just solve the problem. Okay, at this point we only have problems in the item selector. So let's go to the item selector and see what is the problem. So it is using the command. So you can just like install this command. Command is this one, actually, the very one. Okay. Let's just go to installation. I'm just going to go to command. Let's try to install this. So it's going to be the last one to implement, I guess. Oh, we just like still in the, in our first 3 hours. It seems like we still have some time. Am I the one who is just like tired or something? Why do I feel like we did a lot of work already? Okay, so it's just like to go to the UI, we see what is happening. Not that side. Actually, that side, like inventory items. Are we having it running? Yeah, I believe so. Let's first go here. Yeah, we have it running. Let's go and refresh. Okay, so just go to purchases and purchase orders. Okay, I think we have a wrong link. As you can see, we have this going to orders. It has to be purchase orders. Let me first go to purchase orders. Like, where do I update this? Maybe the sidebar config. Sidebar config to say that the purchase orders are on purchases, then purchase orders. Okay. So now I don't know which page is this one. The 404 page, we need to, I don't know, just like trying to do the layout thing. Okay, so you can see purchase orders. There is no purchase order found. This looks good. Create, and okay, so the let's go and look at that button. So go back. So this is the actual. So you just go on this create purchase order. If you just, why is this format date? Where is it supposed to get this date functions format? Let's just for a second. Let's go back to this. Remember, as if we copied all the utils. So this is from this here. Thus we're just going to get the terrible issues. I want to go to the purchase orders and then page, and we'll just like have Control F, new, no purchase order, and then we create here. So this one, first of all, let's change this to link. This is on an internal page, and then this is going to link to dashboard, purchase orders. So this goes to purchases, and then purchase orders new. So this should now work. Let's just go back. What are you talking about? This goes slash dashboard purchases, then purchase orders new. Okay, like where is our new? Oh my god. So all these we have them in a long press. Add them just like in the purchases. It's supposed to be in the purchase order folder within this here. Move. Now I don't know if that changes some of the imported components, or they will update. I don't know if they have updated or not. Okay, just click one more time here. Okay, so create a purchase order. Now you can see this PO is generated from the fact that this is the first one. This generates then the order date, and then suppliers, we have them, then the locations also we have them, then the delivery. So you first have here this here, and then now we can select the item. So I think here we have to use our select. Like this select is terrible if the items are really so many. It looks great if you select some tag. You can increment the quantity, unit price, and the tax rate. All these are really great. The problem we have is that this select, me personally, I feel like the select is not good at all. We have to add in our own select, which will give us some headache, which is okay. Even the supplier here and the location, that's what customization is all about, right? For these other ones, that is good, and like you create the purchase order, and that works. I would want right away before doing anything, can we just say create one purchase order, pick date, just say 30th April, and then payment terms. I don't know, like, what is payment terms? I just say 9:30. Notes, please deliver in time. Okay, let's select the supplier, and we leave this one to be editable. You know, just like this, editable. It's not editable, then I don't know why we are showing it for some reason, but let's just leave it at that. Supplier, and then like downtown, that's the delivery location. Yeah, and then like we have the unit price of this is going to be 100. This one, tax rate, is this like in percent? Oh, actually yes, the tax rate is 0.08, which looks like already is tax is $8, I think, just like of this. Okay, so create purchase. You can just like add another item just for testing purposes. Sony quantity 2, and the unit price is, this is 200, and this tax increases, like add this tax, which was 8 plus I don't know this one is how much, but the tax is this one. Okay, I would really want to see if it can create in the first time, so I will also go to the form. Let me find out what the form is. The form is purchase orders, the new page. I would just like want to look at this, calculate everything, and then where we have, I think where we have, you know, create the purchase order. Okay, I'm not going to go to the line, but before we push, so this one's supposed to push to dashboard. Okay, dashboard, purchases, and then purchase orders. Now, just going to comment this before we redirect. I'll just want toast dot success purchase order created like successfully. Okay, then if it fails, would have toast dot error, and we just say that failed to create purchase order. So you can just say here failed, failed to create purchase order. So that would be wanting to be the test. Let's create. Okay, purchase order created, so we can just manually route to the purchase orders. Oh my god, so this actually worked. This doesn't look good, but for starters, the whole thing created with the draft, with all these cancel order, print, export, with the actions, and then like the selected one with the draft. the person we made this PO. And down here we have actually the items. This doesn't look good at all. Okay, it doesn't look good. And also the other items which are in here are not the ones. Okay, the order itself is good, but the other items, we look at this. Please deliver in time, the notes, but the other items and not these ones. Okay, that was pretty impressive, but then we're going to work on this to look much better. But let me go back to where we have create. Where do you create the new one? Purchase orders. We don't have the new button. Let's go to the purchase orders pages. So this only appears when there is no purchase order. So I'm just going to copy this link, copy this, and I'm just going to add it in Flex with this heading. Oh, actually it's supposed to be, but I just like add it here. So in Flex dot items center dot justify between. So just going to add that so that this is going to be always in here. Let's go ahead and remove somewhere margin. This must be having the some weird settings. There is margin bottom here of 6. It should now go on to this. Let's see, margin bottom of 6. Yeah. And this way, if you wanted, you can also hide this using the purchase orders. As you can see, if this one only shows up if the purchase order length is less than 0. So this one can also say that only if the purchase order are less than are equal to 0, I guess, greater than 0, then you have the and here. So you can just say and then you add this. So it will only show when there is some purchase order. There is edit, a lot of work here, by the way. Like for instance, cancel the order means deleting the order. I don't know. I'm supposed to send this to the supplier. We're just going to add a button of send, because there is no way the supplier is going to receive this. So you have to go ahead and send this. But let's go back to the purchase before we fix this one. Create purchase order. Okay, so you can see now it is 2, which is nice. So the problem we have to fix is these ones for the select. Okay, the select part of this is really not strong at all. I don't know if there is any shadow component. We're using the shadow component, the command. I'm wondering where we was supposed to be used. I thought it was going to work on this, why you need to like search something. Okay. I wonder if I told it that let me just see what it would do actually. So if I just say that in the form, so that is like let me just go back here. in the new page. So in the purchase order form, okay, in the purchase order form, I would really want to replace the normal. Okay, I'm just going to go there. I'm just going to say where we have this. If you scroll down here, where we have select the suppliers here, in this, I would maybe say the normal select, okay, which is this one. I would like you to modify this component so that it has a search, okay, because when I have a lot of data, it's hard to use it. It's hard to use, and thus I need it to be able to search, which makes it easier for users. Okay. I was also thinking you can make it reusable so that we use it for all other fields that needs selection. I'm just going to give you that option, but really we have our own option for the select part. We already have the select. We'll use our own select if it doesn't fix it properly. We have already the select. I like the fact that these are already somehow already working, which is really nice. So far so good. Let's see what it can do. It's just going searchable. Is doing searchable select. I want to look at the searchable select is having searchable select props disabled, clearable. It just like made it really nice. And the behind the scene is using okay, it is using the command and the pop-up. Okay. From searchable select props. Okay, I'm just going to first create this one. Actually, it is inside the UI. If you just look at searchable select and searchable select, I'm just going to go to this side. Just going to put it in the UI to be able to use it properly. So just come here and let's say searchable select .tsx, and it is using that. So since we have everything here, I didn't expect it to have a problem it is saying that the binding feed element has any. Oh, so he just like put any causing problems. Here. Let's first leave it. We'll just see if it works fast. So if you look at what it did, it changed only 2 places, and this, you know, the purchase order form, it changed it. Let's go ahead and copy everything. So before I just like make a drastic change, I'm just going to first go to this new page, which is actually which one are we changing? We are changing the purchase order form itself. So I will just go and just duplicate the purchase order form to have a copy of the original one that is working. So now we can just go ahead and copy this, and let's go inside the purchase form. What's going on here? Text area. The create. Let me just get the create. Oh, so this is why we had problems. Okay, so I'm just going to go and get ours. You know, the good thing of copying before you change everything and replace. So you see, it gives us ability to go ahead and get to get this one on our own lines, this result, and the toast, I believe. So we have the order form, so while we have the results, let's get the toast, and even all these they redirect. And let me also make this toast. Now for these other errors, for this we can import, but then now for these other ones, are they the same ones? I feel like the text area. Okay, so the notes, we simply go back up here and we simply removed one thing from this, and we removed this variable. So the payment terms, remove variable, this one, remove variable, expected date, remove variable. So save. They should be optional, but I'm saying we still have. Okay, they are gone. Since we have one problem, and that problem is where, click on this. Okay, is on the expected date having this. And if we can just like see new date, just like that. Okay, everything seems to be okay. So let's go back to the inventory, refresh. Okay, now you see that they changed this. It has changed this, and if you do now has the search, however much it has this, let's say take. Okay, I think it works. You can select it like that. You can clear it, like you can clear. It is not clearing for some reason. It's just closing. But I'm wondering, like, what is this? We have the already two search commands. We don't want to do that. Okay, I don't want to do that. Can I also, the clearing, you can just do this and maybe select another one. Okay, I want to first look at this. Where is this search? So go to that component. If you just want to see it here, it is this component we use it. Where you see it, PO calendar supplier. So we have this searchable select. It is wrapped inside the form control and then passed in all these things. So going to searchable select, press order is select an option. Now I just need to go to the command. I just want to know where is that search. So there is this X, which is taking handle clear, chevron down, and then in the command there is this search thing. So if I just like comment out this, what happened? Oh yeah, it now we have one instead of just like having like two such things. This one is not necessary really. Because the command input itself comes with the search. If you just go to the command input, it already have the search, as you can see here. It also have the margin right of 2. So you can also like increase it from here or customize it from here, I believe. But I think this position where it is right now, we are good. Okay, so to still confirm if everything is okay, I'm just going to go back and let's create to another person, Global Electronics, and just like this, order date is going to be today, and then like PO, then net. Like we're just going to look at what this payment terms really. Net 40, and then like some notes, and then like select the delivery location is going to be main warehouse. Then the item, let's select the first one. This is good. At least like even the this. Okay, just like Apple AirPods, 2 of them at a unit price. I feel like they supposed to have like where we get the default unit price of these, like from the vendor. Where are we selecting the vendor? Yeah, okay, here the supplier here, and then like 300 plus this calculates that, and then we can just go ahead create. So I'm just going to create one more time. Now this time I want to route actually. We still have one error in this place, by the way, in the searchable thing here. We're just going to look at how to fix it. But I still want to go to the order form, and then in the order form I'm just going to go to let's redirect toast purchase created, that the new one, and then you can just go ahead and redirect. So let's redirect here, router.push, and let's go ahead and create Okay, so you can see that, oh, the order date is required. I thought this was said. Okay. Creating a purchase order created. Let's wait for the, okay. You can search the PO like 2. Okay, that is good. I just want to go ahead and let's work on it. This is not good. This is not good at all. Let's go to the, we can first delete actually the order form, the original one now. Let's go to the page. Okay. In the purchase order layout. And in the purchase order layout is where we have the listing, the order list, and the detail. Before even we go very far here, we need to see this. Is this grid? I just want to know if this is grid. So we have this one, and we have also the detailed page, and then we have also is mobile. Now we have this grid, columns of 400 with 1 FR. So I'm just going to make this 200 and see if that comes out nicely. Okay, 200 seems like to be small. First of all, let's maximize on the space we have on the page. Let's go and make it 300 or 250. I don't know if 300 is much or is less. Let's go here and just say, I think just because of the container, I don't necessarily mean that we need the, if I just like kind of take off the container, does it expand? It doesn't. Okay, let's just go to the purchase order form. Oh, where am I? Not new. I just want the page. So I just was saying, let me first cut off the container and see. Yep. So this, I wanted to use the whole entire place. 300 seems to be working fine, even this side. How about 250? Going back to the layout here, how about if we make this 250? Okay. Like 250 seems to be still okay. And this, okay. Okay, so now since this is good, we need to work on this. Why are the order items not showing the correct order items? Okay, like this is not showing the correct order items amount. Let's go to this. I'm just going to go to, so this, if you look in the layout, what are we accepting in the layout? We accept the purchase orders. Okay, so before you go to the layout, I would want to go slowly. Let's go back to the page. We get the purchase orders, get them here, pass them. If we have them, we pass them to the layout. Okay, what do we do with them in the layout? In layout, we have the selected purchase order. I wonder if when we select, what happens. So handle PO select is set selected PO to ID. And if you look, this one is used to get the selected PO. And now, what is the selected PO has? The selected PO has this purchase order. And what does the purchase order entail? So the purchase order entails this. And if you look clearly, it doesn't have the line items. Okay, so if you just go inside the selected here, it has this purchase order. It takes in the selected. So in here is where, again, we have still the purchase order, where in now order detail, purchase order detail. Oh, have we changed this? Okay, we have this, choose the badges, we have the handle send email, and all these other ones. So importantly, I want to look at, I just simply want to look at one thing, which is the which is down here, purchase order line table. It takes in only one thing, by the way. If you look at it, it takes in purchase order line table. It takes in the purchase order ID. And so for some reason, I think this is where it's supposed to fetch, because if you look at the use effect, it's getting this from the is using use effect to fetch the data for the line order here. Okay, so what I think is, since we have a lot of stuff here, we can use, I believe we can use like the React query at this point here. I believe could use the React query because we have the purchase order ID, so we could just simply just go ahead and get something from this, and that helps us not to use effect at all, because this is getting the mocked data and then is setting the mocked data to set lines. Okay, so we need to get these lines from somewhere. So what I would do is, can we first create, let me see, in this the serve action we have here, does it have, it doesn't have any which is getting this purchase or the purchase order. So the first thing would go here, we go to purchase order, or we have create get purchase order number. So there is where we have the get purchase order. What we want to get is the get purchase order item, which is just like the line item. So we have this get purchase order. So I would just duplicate this and we just say get purchase order line item. Like, are you getting like the line item or line items? Purchase order line items. These are many items. So the one we take in here is going to be the purchase order ID. So this will be the purchase order ID. Purchase order ID. And now we just go to items is equal to purchase purchase order line, find many. So this is going to be find many, db find many where. So this is going to be where purchase order ID. So that's why I use make sure they are the same. We don't need to include or do anything, I believe. Simply get them and let's return. So if we're just going to return in terms of we have to say data, which is going to be the items. So if you just go back to the items, if you're just going to, you have to return always get brief item. I just want to give you get organization brief. The data has to be in terms of, if you look at this, let's look at this product response. It has to be this format, success data error. So I'm just going to go to where we have the purchase order. So where we have this, just like have success to false to true actually, and then this is items, and then finally this is null. Just put this and then put this. Now for the when this fails, we simply need to return not null. Just going to return an object, success false, data null, and error is going to be something went wrong. Okay, so after getting these get purchase order items, they need purchase order ID. We don't need any organization ID, I believe, at this point. And by the way, okay, the items in the purchase order here where we have the create, let's first analyze this. The good thing that data is so good. I want to see the line because this is why you create the line. So we create the purchase order. Oh, so inside here is we created lines, and then we created like inside the purchase order you can also do the create function and you create. So this will create still a line order. Okay. Interesting. So what I'm just going to do is go to hooks. Let's go to hooks. I want to add only one hook in maybe where we have like, I don't know, like use items or use suppliers. Just duplicate this. I'm just going to right click and get the use. This is like use purchase order something, use purchase order queries. Then inside here I'm just going to look for only one thing. You can just leave this one within this. I'm not going to first, I'm just going to first leave this one. I don't want, you can just like go ahead and get all these, like all the purchase order from here or anything, which I'm not going to do right now. I'm interested in there is update here. Okay, I'm interested in the one for, I'm just going to remove all these other ones. I'm interested in this one of the fetch. So this is going to be use like use purchase order items, and then here I would get data as lines, and then use. So here if you want, just you could use like the suspense, but I'm just going to say use query. So I'm just going to use the normal use query, and then for this keys, if you want, still you could just like rename these. I don't know if this is necessary, but just like select all of them at once, and let's just call them purchase order keys, like maybe something like that, purchase order keys, and then down would be now we just need to use this one of detail, I believe. Yeah, because just like the one is like passing in you pass in the ID. So query key, let's just say here the detail, and in the query function you need to, so here so that means like this one, I'd want to see the one which uses the, let's first go here and I remind myself here. So like you pass in the ID. Okay, so this is why I would pass in the, going back here, I would just pass in here the purchase order ID, because this is a string. So I do pass this enters. Okay, of course you're just going to say get purchase order line items, and this is where you pass in also this. Let me just first go and check for a second. Yeah, so get purchase, and then you pass in this here. Now for this one, I don't know if I need to this one has to be lines. Going back to the item queries, so this you also pass in the same, like the purchase order ID. So here just get items particular to the purchase order. Okay, this looks okay. Let's just like try to use this and see if it is going to give us the things. Use purchase. I'm just going to go to now to where we have I don't remember which place we're looking for, but we can start with the order detail, and this one was taking us to this place. Okay, so we have lines. We're just going to say const. Okay, const, and then we're just going to say is equal to use purchase order, and then we pass in. Now this is where we pass in this like this, and now here we just get the lines. Okay, there we get the lines. I'm not sure why this is still having issues, but that means that we don't need this whole entire thing like so. We have 5 errors in doing so, and because if you look at this, it still has lines, success data. Okay, just in a second, I want to go back to this just here. So I want to see the suppliers how we did it. If you just remember, we used those on this. So here we returned the suppliers. If you look at them, it's the actual data. So if I go to this get org, I want to look at the return. So this is very okay. We can return the actual data direct. So let's go back to purchase order on this, so you can simply return the items like that, and even here we can return. So since this is an array, we can just return an empty array, and that means here we are getting the actual data like that. So let's go here. So this, they're saying it is possibly null, which is true. So now the easy way would be, I don't know, can you just like give this like empty array like this? It means like you are giving it a default value of an empty array. It doesn't take the fact that, so you can see now we can show this no stuff. However, we still have some errors inside here. So line dot item dot name, like I don't know what we are getting here, like something different. Let me see. Dot line, does this exist? Like dot, what do we access here? Oh, because this okay, I understand. So let's go back on this. Where is it? Purchase order here. So it's not just getting this, where if you just go back and you look at the purchase order line from the schema, purchase order, so where we have the lines here down, purchase order line, it has the item. Now we would want to access this item, therefore we use the include. So here you'd want to include, so just say include item and we say true. Okay, the one just like to include the item true. Now I don't know if this automatically fixes this here. Yeah, it automatically fixes it because it is transferring the types direct. Now this should just like actually fix the problem we have down here. Oh, we even have this. What's that? That's like really cool. Like, is that like the loading? I don't know what it is, but let me just refresh. Okay, so done. Well, we have this. Let me just go and see what would be the problem. So the easiest way. Oh, this is loading, so it is showing this. So by default it is true. So so this is not really necessary. So maybe what we'd do is we could just get the loading. Let me just go back to the lines. See how we can also just like say that is loading. So we can send this loading from we could just like get here from this is pending or something. It's like is pending, I guess. And then we pass it in here as is loading. And then when you just go back, we can also get that is loading, and this brings in here. It should work. It is still loading. It's saying can't find the name is loading, but we have it here. Which name are we having here? Is loading. I thought we have the same name. Okay, so now it's okay. Okay, so with that we should have the items. Yep, so you can see other items. We have Apple iPods Pro, which is 2 quantity, then like received. Now for the received, I don't know what like received. I think at this point is they haven't received any items out of 2 items. Oh, okay, so this is how we update like they received or something. Here the supplier, then order details, there is supplier address, supplier contact. What is that? Like, let's first go and see where we have these. We can also include the supplier. Okay, but so far this is good. Okay, this is good. Okay, let's look at the supplier card. That is not here but back on the order detail. Okay, on top here we have like some cards, supplier dot name. So there is address, which is supposed to be purchase, like we have like purchase order dot supplier dot so here the supplier, we just like having, where are we getting the supplier here? So here the supplier should be like full, because the supplier we are getting here is the whole entire supplier. Maybe we could just like simply add some things here. Let's say address string. When you are fetching, we can limit this to this. What else? Address, I don't know, like what else would you put? Let's go down. Dot address. There is also the contact, like the phone number, I believe. So you can just go ahead and add in here like the phone or something, or email. Let's just get the phone and email. So here, string and email string. So like this would be the information we need. So here, contact info, you can add the purchase order dot supplier dot phone. So if you just go down here, you can see you have all this. We can also add the email. I just come here and say supplier details, and we have the name, address, and maybe email. Okay, would maybe make this card better. Order details. Okay, payment terms, let me see. I don't know if this can be improved. These two cards, I feel like they are lacking. Let me see. I can just like get these two cards for now. Let me see if I can just go to cloud. I'm like I have these cards, and I feel I want you to make them better looking for like a modern app. Like, let's say what it would do for those two cards. Maybe it will just like add icons, I believe. As you can see, purchase order, date, delivery, and other things. So it's doing more work, but just going to go to, let's go to this old one. supplier details and order details, I think they look better. Okay, let me just go here and just simply copy this, still the return this here, and I don't know, can I first like put them here? We can bring in these most of the icons. So I'm just going to get the icons. We already have the card, so I'm just going to go get the icons. Can just like simply add them in one place. Just like this, and then we remove the ones which are repeating, this and mail. Okay, so it's not using our format. We already have the format date. I'm not sure if it is the same function, so this is a different function. If you just see it here, format date, just like, oh, actually it accepted it. Okay, so we have the old ones, which are these. First, comment them out. Why are we having this? Two different types with this name. What does this mean? Types, property, supplier are incompatible. Type, ID, name is missing. Okay, for now let's not worry about that. Oh, okay, that, I think that is okay. Really, global electronics and the order details, those maybe we just reduce. I think it gave the card I think it gave the card, if you just go back here, the card seems like it has shadows. Yeah, so you can just like first remove this. There is no need of a shadow because I think by default the card has a shadow, and it makes it like it is in the, and even the hover, we just want to remove that hover. So hover shadow ROG. Really, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, even that, so just it looks cool. Okay. There's some things we could just like really work on, like sending the email, because I think because the printing here, I don't think like it has much I don't think it has much thing here. Okay, but the most important one, apart from the edit, because I don't know, like edit of this, something you can just like work on, or something you can work on, but the send email is important, because this supplier has this, for instance, the gen at globalelectronics.com. That means if I send this PO, I should get this whole thing, most especially the order items, and send it as an order. I think that is one thing we can add on before we go. I believe so. This is showing really nicely. I love it. Okay. Since we have them looking really great, I want to see if we still have some errors. Now we have an error on this. I think just because of what is entering in here, the selected supplier here. Okay, so there is where we have the supplier. We just need to add in the phone, which was string, email, string, and the address. Which is also string. So this, we take away the error. So it seems like the whole entire place we don't have. We still have somewhere in the page the same thing because of this. Because this purchasing the purchase orders, and if you look at the supplier, is where the problems are. So where this one is getting them here, and this one have the supplier. The supplier has all the details as you can see here, but the advantage is we can just get purchase orders. Okay, so where we say the supplier here, they include supplier, you can do this select, and we can actually select the ones you need, like the ID2. In fact, you just go to the whatever. Is it just the line? I can just say go to one of these, like line, get the details. I don't know, either in the detail, there is where we just had this on top somewhere here, just the way they are here. Copy these, and I can just say go back. We're here, just add this. So you have the ID, name, true, address, true, true. Okay, just quote commas. Okay, I see we still have the problem. I don't know if you just like the same thing here. Oh, so these here, I just copy them. So let's just go to the purchase orders, where we have this, starting from the phone, these three here, they have this, which makes us to also go and update here, replace these three like so. Okay, so we still have the problem in the layout, and this is because either up here we have, oh, it is gone. So where do we have any issues? It seems like we don't have any issues. It seems like we can just work on sending the email. Let's look at the time. Okay, the time has gone, I believe so, but I feel like we can work on sending the email, yeah, let's just work on that. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to go to email.new, something like this. Okay, we can just simply go to resend. Look at the new things. I don't want to go to resend emails. Okay, yes, I go to docs. So they brought in this new whole thing. Either would just like have like it was React email, not resend. I just want to go to React email here. I always forget this new thing they brought, like, I don't know. And for some reason here they haven't announced it anywhere. If you go on this, there is no any that we are going to use here that has the receipts, maybe like receipt. Okay, this also looks good. I think you can just like modify and you call it like the PO or something. But I just like first go ahead and try to give it tell it that we want to create. Why don't I just go to my Gmail? Okay, Gmail. Okay, just going to go to the Gmail and I'm just going to search for, I don't know, okay, Zeno. I'm just going to look at this. In the React, it is this new .email. I always forget that. You can just like go here down. We can just click on this. Okay. So this is a new platform for creating email templates. So you can see commerce, invite, invoice, email to confirm a purchase. So there is this one for the invoice, but I'm just going to say, if you look at this prompt, email to confirm a purchase order, I'm just going to say email email send to a supplier for a purchase order, purchase. Let's just make it as simple as this, then we can just like maybe see what it makes, and then we can iterate from this one. The good thing here, there's no much logic because we already have the supplier. Supplier has this email, right? And if I just click on send, it's just simply send, get all these details and send them to the supplier. So the only thing is to work on the template itself to look good, and then so let's just wait for it to finish. I just want to look at how it looks like, and then it's going to give us, and you can also just search for purchase order design. Just look at how does a purchase order looks like. Can just go here, we look at dribble, okay, there is this one. It is this one. What is this? And this purchase order. So it is this one. It looks like okay, total received. Okay, this is how it is. PO, edit and receive inventory. Yeah, so this is how we're going to have like receive inventory that's going to take us to the receivables. So the receivables are going to be looking like exactly like this, but then total received. Yeah, so it's going to look something like that. Okay, like the responsiveness here. Okay, there's this one, digital products, received, approved for payment, invoices, invoice matching. Okay, I don't know what this is that about, but just going to create a receivable. Order matching. So you select here. So we will have to convert this, look for what like what change, like the quantities if they match, because like match lines you can see here, you will have to see if this matches. And I think this is why you create invoice. I don't know. Purchase order. Okay, let's look at what was generated here. Okay, purchase order, and then it has like the items, subtotal, tax, total, then delivery information, and then payment terms, net Saturdays from receipt of invoice, confirm order. By the way, like does the purchase order like has a delivery? Because when you put this, it means like the suppliers are going to also to be having a portal, which I didn't want to get into like more details. I'm just going to say please make it maybe beautiful more than this. Let me just get like any here, maybe any image, I don't know, something that is maybe more sleek or something. Okay, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this. Let's get this code. This is okay, but just want to make it really nice. Okay, want to make it really nice. Dear supplier, so this maybe suppose have like a supplier name. Okay, product 1, quantity, unit price, and all this. I'm just going to say that go to code here. Let me copy the code. I'm just going to take this to cloud. Just going to say that I have here a basic email template for a purchase order. Okay, I want you to make it more beautiful and professional and clean UI. I'm just going to say use the red color scheme. Okay, red color scheme, just like this. Let's just see what it's going to give us. So meanwhile, I'm just going to be changing some of this. So on the purchase order detail here, where we have, so here we have the button, get button, print PDF, can edit, can send email. So it's trying to add in like I don't know where these ones are coming from. So if you just see here, there is no sending email, can send email. So already there is, when they're saying if this is not a draft or cancelled. Okay, so we'll just make in the first to be always confirmed, instead of just like first making it like edit or something. For now, let me remove this and send email. I guess is going to show up, send mail. So I'll just like remove one because like for PDF right now, I'm just going to remove the one for PDF. This one I will just comment it. There is also receive, so just going to say this receive inventory. So you receive inventory. Just going to work on this in the next episode. It seems we still have a lot of work, guys, but with God's grace we'll manage. So there is handle send email here. So there is email sent for PO. I'm just going to say toast. Let me first remove this and say toast. Dot success. So here we're just going to implement the email sending logic. We already have where we are sending something. The only important thing is the data that we are sending in and everything. So what I want most importantly from, or what we want from this template here, if you look at it, purchase email PO, I don't know what is it, your company limited. Can I just go into that? Can you make it to receive so this, the purchase, the component should receive the data for the data needed, as props. Okay, like the PO info, like the PO info. So we have the PO info. It uses actually it has sections. So you have the delivery info, like PO info, delivery info. Okay, what it is? So I think that's the one. And so this confirm will be a link, like a reply link, just the email. So, and like supplier, I think up here we have like order details, PO info, and all other details. Necessary details. As we say, for the confirm order button, it should simply be a link that replies to an email. Okay, just like see what is going to change this. So I'm just going to have a send mail logic on the inside the purchase order. Let's get where we are sending. Like for instance, this is where we are sending an email, more especially in the user start. Like create an invite. Doesn't this send an email? Oh, I thought this is sending an email. Let's see. Oh, this is create invited user. Okay, let's go to the create user. I know this one should have this logic here in the data. So this part here, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to go to here. I'm just going to say send a purchase order, or send. So export async function, send PO, send the purchase order, maybe to supplier or something like this. I'm just going to say try. Somewhere I'm just going to have this. So the only thing we just need is the resend. So we can just go back to the users, and then top here you can get the resend. Have the resend like so. So just go here. You can add resend on top here. And first import resend from resend. Okay, so for these other ones, the template, we're just going to get a template. So let's look at the version 2. PO date, supplier, name, email, items, totals, delivery information, payment terms and method, contact, signature, company info. I don't know. Others. I don't know where you're going to get these information. It's like too much information. There is some other information I just don't. I'm just going to say that the props are too many. Can you only make it brief, but still professional with enough info? Okay, the most important ones is the PO data. So you just see here the most important ones are the PO the data, PO data. You can neglect like signatures, so for instance the company website, company website can be okay. Address, you can just like remove maybe some signatures. So I'm just going to say like maybe I could just like give it the actual information we have in the purchase order detail. So because this is the data we have, the purchase order, supplier. Okay, I'm just going to say that this is the data. Let me first give it, okay, purchase order. We have this. I'm just going to say here is the data I am able to access. The purchase order. Now another one is the, of course, the line items. So down here I'm just going to, I can remove these old cards. I can also get, these purchase order line. So let me just get this. So you can also access, if you look at this, I'm just going to first remove this. By the way, the item also, we only need 3 things. I think this is okay. I can just tell it like I can access the purchase order line item. Okay, I'm just going to say and address, which is a string. So what is this? And order items. So like this is the information I can get. Then another thing we can also get is for the organization. So in any of these components, I think we can access the organization. Can we access the organization? Let me see if we have in the hooks. Use supplier, use purchase, use. Okay. We can also get the organization ID, I believe. We can just say const data as session, and then we get use session like this, and you are able to get the session data, and from the session data we can, I think, get the user. I think you can say, for instance, const user is equal to data is equal to session dot user, like this, and then you can just get the organization name, const company name is equal to user dot, and you see we can access only the name. Okay, just like this, company name only. So I'm just going to say also I can access the company name only. But I guess like this is why you're supposed to have the also the organization, maybe, and also the, I'm just going to say also the company info, because at the end of the day, like, you're supposed to have this accessible. I'm just going to say and access the company info only, so we can remove some other things like signatures and other things. So you remove any other data I cannot access. Okay, let's just see what it's going to do. Meanwhile, time is going. Okay. Let be doing. Okay, so you can see here it has created for us even the types. Here it has created for us the types, and then I think this is good. Let me just go and create this how do they call it, purchase order email. So let's go to the email templates, and just going to create this one, which is a purchase order. .tsx, and let's add this. So here there is nothing. the only thing we have to do is it has created for us the purchase order. Maybe just going to say email to be able to purchase order email props. This will help us in creating the data. Okay, so and I will export this. Maybe I don't know. I will export it. We need to send the email, so I will get the data in this email. So here, whatever we just need to pass into this one, this we call it purchase order email. Okay, so if you remember what we are passing into the purchase order email, it is taking in three things. This here, okay, this one is divided into three things: the PO data, order items, and the company info. Nice. So let's go and first go back here. So these are the three things I think you need to pass in here. Here like this. PO data, okay, PO data, items, and the like this, React, okay, I don't think this one has any problem. The only thing we need to define is going to be from these ones. So either we can pass in these three things in this, we can just simply pass them in, or just going to say data, which is of purchase order email props, just like this. Okay, now I'm just going to save this as response. Is this importing or not? I don't know today, either the PC is slowly or the TypeScript. You can see it takes time to load the TypeScript compiler. Either the PC is also tired, I don't know. Now for this, how was the verify in the users look like? Just have the verify, export default function, and then you pass in all these others. In the purchase order email, on the other hand, I also don't just actually like my component always look like this. I'm just going to go and I just like writing it like export default function purchase order, and like this and then like then you paste this, and then down here you pass in the purchase, you pass in this purchase order email props. Down, I'm just going to remove this. I always like it like this. Let it just first compile. Like, I don't know what's going on with the compiler today, is very slowly. Because saying does not exist on the type purchase props. If you just gonna, it hasn't actually even seen this. Oh, okay, so maybe, I don't know, I'm just going to say that this is data or something, because this is one block, okay, which like one block, so we could just say this is data, okay, and then data, here data has this, yeah, so down here we can just say const, and then we can extrapolate from the data. We can get the PO, so from here you can just get the company info, and like this. Okay, so this is understandable to me. So let's go back here in the purchase. I might simply pass in the data. So here you pass in the data like that, and nice, everything is okay. So you get the data here and then pass it in. Everything is okay. So console.log error. So whenever we are sending this, send email, purchase order email, maybe just say send purchase order email only. Just, I'm not a person of acronyms, that's my problem. Purchase order email, inventory pro info, then 2 is maybe going to come from, I don't know, on all this data, do we have any email to the supplier? Maybe I'm just going to pass in also the supplier email. It's going to say email, which is going to be email. This one is going to be confirm the purchase order, confirm the purchase order. Okay, maybe here maybe just say new purchase order from, new purchase order from, and then we could just like dynamically get the organization. Okay, here we can just say from, and then we could just say data dot company info dot maybe name. Okay, the email is going to be a string here, and this comes here. So I just want to say const. I want to consider the response if everything, and I'm just going to say return. I can just say return success to true, just like this. So just go ahead and click send purchase order. I don't know where even this is supposed to be located in. It's supposed to be in the purchase order detail on top here where we have send mail. So we have some few things, handle send email. So this is going to be an async function. Say it is loading. Okay, just going to say await, and then we're just going to say send this. So now we need to look for the data. Okay, we need to build that object. So const data is equal to, so whatever we're just going to have, we need data of 3 phases. If I just go back to the purchase order email, we need these 3 things. Okay, we need these 3 things. So going back to the detail down here, so we just need to first get this data here. Const company. So for instance, const company is equal to an object. Go down. Const order items is equal to, and then const PO data. So like this is the things I need to get. Going back to the email, let's start with the PO data. So I would create it as an object that has this. I'm just going to move this up here. It is an object. Okay, so ID. So some of this information is this from this purchase order, right? So you can just like save this the match, then you just go ahead and so I believe this matches. So I'm just going to do is name this as the purchase order. Now where the problem comes from is the line the order items order items. Okay, I'm just going to get them since so get the company info. So let me go back here in the emails, copy this company info here, company info. So you need the name. So this is where we are putting the company name somewhere. I remember getting the company name. I don't know where I got this, but I got somewhere the company name, I guess to some other page. So for now, I'm just going to say the name. We can just get it from here. This is const data as session is equal to use session, and then from this we're just going to get the user. Const user is equal to session dot user, and then so the name is going to be user.org name, and then for the email, let me just put my own email. So so this will be getting this data at some point from the company. Address, so even the address, okay. Okay, so next is the website. For this one, we could just actually get it from just say const the base URL is equal to process dot env dot next fabric base URL. So just going to say next like next fabric base URL, something like this. You can see it is localhost 3000. So this is what we're just going to name as the website. Because this one is going to be at the end of the day updated. So here is going to be website. So the company info, we have it. Now the order items. So I'm also going to go to the line table items here, and I get this. I don't know if that one is going to work. So I just need to get somewhere the purchase order ID. So you can just get this from purchase order dot ID. Is loading. I don't know if it is just necessary. Let's get this hook. And if you look at the items, how they are, let this one first load. And look at the ones in the email, the ID, item ID, then the item quantity. I think they should just like be the same, I guess. This one is still loading up to now. Okay, because we already have it. Okay, so we have the lines. and that's going to be the other items like lines. Now the data here is the way they are here, the company info, and then PO data, and other items like this. So here you pass in data plus the email. So where do I get this? I just go and say from the PO. So from the purchase order dot supplier dot email. So for now we're just going to use, I'm just going to say here, I'll just give it an empty array, an empty. It is still loading, I guess, up to now. But I'm just going to go to the purchase order here. So after toasting, let's set loading. This is supposed to be in a try catch. So just say like try catch. Yes, put this here. And let's say console log error. And we can just toast that fade send. Toast that error. We just say it failed send the mail. Okay, so after passing in, everything looks very okay. I'm just going to go to this. Now I would use my email here. I'm just going to say, I will put this, but first here I'm just going to say my email for testing. So I'm just going to use this like so. Today I don't know what TypeScript is doing to me, because you can see here like is refusing the because it's going to select the here is always okay. I'm just going to say that let me remove this because kind of expression is always truth. So like email is supposed to be a string. I don't know what it is, still loading. Okay, let me just go ahead and reload this. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so this all is good. Just going to say email. Just in the future we just simply remove this and leave the actual email. Okay, so I want to click and see if I can send this whole thing via email. Okay, so let me remove it. Okay, let me just send. It is sending, and you just need to email send for PO, I don't believe in it, but you can first of all scroll down to the last here, and if you see data like this, that means it was sent. However, one thing I didn't like was maybe when it is sending here in the purchase detail on the send here, when it is loading, I just need to show something here, the text. I'm just going to say if is loading is true, so just want to say sending, sorry, sending errors. I just wanted to show this text of send sending okay, just like that. So let's check in my email. Okay, inventory pro, new purchase order from default organization. Okay, let's go in. Oh my god, this is looking nice. So our default purchase order PO 002, and then we have supplier global. This is the email. Okay, the items come very nicely. Supplier, then we have this, and then there are two plus the which is this one, the tax. I don't know, here on the total is supposed to be 600. So that's subtotal, then tax, then total. Expected delivery, these notes, some notes, and then here we have payment terms, net 40, confirm, and you can see this is this is good. Just like populating confirmation PO, I confirm receipt of purchase order, this, and you can write out send. That was really nice. Created by system admin, created on. If you have any question regarding this purchase order, please contact us at this or call the phone number, and then default organization and everything. I think this looks great. This looks great. However much like this date, I wanted it to look somehow different. So let's fix this. The subtotal is okay, but then the unit price and then total. Let's go and see that. We're just going to the email, the purchase order email. So where do we start searching this? I'm just going to search for, I'm just going to search for 2600. So you have 300 here, the total. Let me search for the word total. So this is in the column item, quantity, unit price, total. So we map scale item.quantity, unit price. So this is going to be dollar item dot unit price. So whatever this is, item dot unit price times times item dot quantity And I think at the end of this, whatever, just like just say that, and if we can put this in a bracket, and then like dot to fixed, like to like this. Okay, so that is fixed. Okay, so I'm just going to delete it and test one more time. So you can go ahead, delete this. Okay, I will just go back. Okay, now this time I just send this one with 2 items. I'm just going to, oh, it is still sending. Let's let's go to the purchase order detail. Make sure that when you click on the send mail, set is loading to true. When everything is done, set is loading to false. And even when there is an error, should set it to false. Could just use finally. Actually, you can just like say, you can also have the finally block, but just like leave it like that. Let's refresh. Okay, let's just like send this one which has 440, send. And email send for PO this should just receive an email which is here. Okay, nice. So let's look at the calculations. 100, and this is 200, it is 400, 500, and then 40, 540. So this is good. Okay, this is good. The expected, I would want to change this into some other format, like to make it like able to use like the words, but let's just like leave it like this for now. But I like the design so far. Like this is okay. Okay, so I think we come at least to the end. We come to the end of the this episode. Really, like it was a lot of work. I guess like about 5 hours or 6 hours, just going to 6 hours straight, which is really somehow good actually for us to move our project. This is good. So I'm just going to look for any bug to work on. Like I'm still seeing the red in components for some reason. I think just because of this here, this field, because it has any. This name here. So the name has string. I don't know why this for some reason has, it says has any. Feed dot value, feed is any. Now if we just like try to do this feed, and I just give it any, I don't know. Yeah, that works. So it seems like we don't have any errors. So I'm just going to push. But thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.